Morning, everyone. At this time, I'd like to call the Board of Education meeting to order. And as you can see, we do have a quorum present today. Can I have a motion and a second to approve today's board meeting agenda?
So moved.
Motion by Mr. Buchanan, a second by Ms. McComas. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? And now I need a motion to enter into closed session under provisions of Article 3-305B of the Annotated Code of Maryland to discuss to discuss personnel matters, Section 3-305B, and discuss legal matters, 3-305B7. So now I need a motion to enter into closed session. Motion by Mr. Smack.
Second.
A second by Mr. Gordy. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? We are now in closed session. Good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to reconvene this Board of Education meeting. And as we get started, I want to make a note that we did have a closed session meeting today under general provisions of Article 3-305B of the Annotated Code of Maryland to discuss personnel matters and discuss legal matters. Today, our Reverend Brown is here from the Ocean Pines Community Church, and he's going to lead us in the invocation. Please remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you.
Just before I pray, say a couple things. One is, thank you. Thank you to everybody for your interest in the youth and children of our county. Thank you for all that you do. Your efforts are much, much appreciated. The second thing I have to say is I have to pray and run. For some reason, I have a job. I don't know why that is, but I've got to go back and do that. Mrs. McComas will fill you in all the things that happen. So if I get up and leave, please do not be offended. But let us pray. Wonderful and loving God, who embraces each of us exactly where we are and helps us to move forward and to improve as persons who care for others and for ourselves. We seek your wisdom and guidance this afternoon for this board and for all who would speak before it and for all who work in the field of education, be they bus drivers or teachers or administrators or in any way, shape, or form. We also pray for our students. We ask that you might bless them with safety, with protection, and as we begin to think about the challenges and the opportunities of summer, that you would protect them and just be with them as they are out of our immediate care. Gracious God, there is so much happening in our world on a personal level. We ask that you might be with each of us, give us your guidance, help us to love one another, and as always, help us to seek first to listen before we seek to speak. We pray this in God's name. Amen.
Amen.
Okay, before we get started for the Pledge of Allegiance, I'd like to introduce one of our students. It's my pleasure to introduce Audrey Hotham, who is a fourth grader at Pocomoke Middle School. Audrey, please come up and take the microphone and lead us in our Pledge of Allegiance today.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Audrey. Audrey, can you come up here for a minute? I want to brag on you a little bit. Audrey exemplifies what it means to lead with kindness and responsibility and heart. Turn around so everybody can see Audrey. As a fourth grader at Pocomoke Elementary School, she is consistently creates in the classroom environment where everyone feels valued and included. Audrey treats others with respect and thoughtfulness and goes out of her way to support her peers. She takes ownership in learning, completes her work with care, and willingly helps classmates and teachers in the classroom. Audrey demonstrates a strong commitment to service, civic engagement, and always striving to make her school more positive and welcoming place. Audrey, your leadership shines, and you're an example that inspires all of us. Please join me in celebrating Audrey. Thank you. Thank you, Audrey.
Thank you.
Also want to thank Reverend Brown. I know he had to run because of his other job, but I want to thank him as well. Okay. And now it's time for our meeting reports. I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Wallace for this.
Thank you, Mr. Ferrante. I want to take a moment to address the news our community received last week regarding the charges filed against a former member of our leadership team. This employee was charged with multiple offenses related to alleged financial misconduct, including Board of Education funds. I know there has been quite a bit of chatter in our community, as well as perhaps some curiosity regarding how I might respond. Discussing the events of this past week is not comfortable, but talking about what happened and laying out a strong and firm course of action is the gateway to healing and the key to reconnecting and reestablishing trust. After a long string of sleepless nights, I just keep thinking about those kids. Our kids. The children who the funding in question was supposed to support. These incredible Title I students sat beside me at Snow Hill Elementary School as a student. These talented Title I students from Buckingham sat in front of me in my classroom as a teacher at Stephen Decatur High School. And these outstanding, brilliant Title I students were the students I served as principal of Pocomoke High School. The impact of their funding being taken is profound. In light of that, I want to ask the board to consider contacting the Office of the State Prosecutor to request that we provide a victim impact statement on behalf of those students in our most vulnerable populations whose educational experience has been adversely impacted by this individual's misconduct. I also want to make this unequivocally clear. Any misuse of public funds, but particularly those entrusted to us for education and the well-being of children, is a serious violation of public trust. It is unacceptable, and it stands in direct opposition to the values that we hold in this school system. I want to assure you that we fully cooperated with the investigators as the situation came to light. During the same time, we were conducting our own internal reviews and have already taken steps to strengthen our financial oversight. Specifically, the school system has implemented a system-wide Amazon business account, enabled user control access with specifically designed approval structures, and all Amazon business purchases now require invoicing, not purchase cards. In fact, any purchases made on Amazon using a purchasing card will be denied and must be reimbursed by the cardholder. While these are just the first steps, we are committed to implementing every necessary safeguard to ensure that this type of misconduct cannot happen again. I also think it's important for us to acknowledge and address the social and emotional impact of this. This is difficult news for our organization and our community. As I mentioned, I have lost sleep over how this could have happened and the widespread harm that this has caused. For many, this individual was a long-standing colleague. That reality makes this moment not only serious, but also deeply disappointing. We have to acknowledge the range of emotions that this brings: anger, concern, and a sense of betrayal. And we have to support one another through this. But we must also be clear about something else. One individual's actions have violated our trust, but they do not define Worcester County Public Schools. What defines us is what happens in our classrooms every day. It is the dedication of our teachers, our staff, and our bus contractors. It is the resilience and the promise of our students and the trust our community places in us. It is the collective commitment to do what is right for children, even in challenging moments. So as we address this matter with the seriousness it deserves, we cannot lose sight of that purpose. Across this system, students are learning, growing, achieving, and preparing for their futures. Educators are creating meaningful opportunities and supporting every child by name, strength, and need. Schools are building connections. They are fostering belonging, and they are helping every student see their value and potential. That is who we are. In moments like this, our responsibility is not only to condemn wrongdoing and respond with integrity and accountability, but to remain steadfast in our focus, our students, and we will do both. A little less than a year ago, I stood in this very room and committed myself to our work. I am reminded that we are not limited to one fresh start. That day, when I was named the superintendent, we began to chart a new course. And today, we will begin again. Today, I'm committing to each of you, to our students, to our families, to our staff, to our community, that we will rebuild and redefine our practices and become stronger. To that end, it is my recommendation that the board immediately authorize engagement of an independent qualified firm to conduct a comprehensive examination of all financial activity, transactions, and controls throughout Worcester County Public Schools, with the specific scope to be determined solely by the reviewing firm to ensure complete independence, objectivity, transparency, free from internal direction or any limitation. I believe the purpose of this review should be to ensure that there is no further unauthorized activity, to assess the adequacy of current financial practices, and to deliver clear, actionable recommendations to strengthen oversight and accountability. If approved today, this engagement should begin without delay. While some have referred to this as a forensic audit, that term may not adequately capture the breadth of the examination that I am asking for. Regardless of the terminology, the scope and rigor of this review must be sufficiently broad for the purposes of the motion that I am seeking to allow the independent firm to conduct a thorough examination so that Worcester County Public Schools and the public can have full confidence in these results. I also believe that as this work is conducted, it is imperative that we share regular reports, not only with you, the board, but with the public as well, so we can begin to rebuild the trust lost as a result of one individual's reprehensive actions. Together we will move forward, grounded in our values, focused on our mission, and committed, as always, to the success and well-being of every single student. Back to you, Mr. Bronte.
Thank you, Dr. Wallace. As President of the Board of Education, I want to speak directly to our community on behalf of the board. What has been outlined in the superintendent's report today, and I have read the state prosecutor's criminal investigation, that report is deeply concerning. A misuse of public funds represents a breach of trust that family, staff, and community members place in us each and every day. What we take responsibility seriously, and we share concern and frustration that many of you are feeling. We want to be clear about our commitment to move forward. This board will work diligently to pursue restitution to the greatest extent possible in close coordination with our legal counsel so that recoverable funds are returned and supported to our students and schools. The superintendent has put forward an important recommendation, and I'm going to ask the board to act on it now. First, to authorize the engagement of an independent qualified firm to conduct a comprehensive examination of all financial activity, transactions, and controls throughout Worcester County Public Schools, within the specific scope to be determined solely by the reviewing firm, to ensure complete independence, objectivity, and transparency, free from internal direction or limitation. Second, to direct our legal counsel to contact the Office of the State Prosecutor regarding the submission of a victim impact statement so that voices of our students, especially those most affected, are heard as a part of this process. These actions are not just about addressing what has happened that can never happen again. They are about rebuilding trust and moving forward together. To that end, may I have a motion to authorize the engagement of an independent qualified firm to conduct a comprehensive examination of all financial activity, transactions, and controls throughout Worcester County Public Schools, specific to the scope determined solely by the reviewing firm, to ensure complete independence, objectivity, transparency, and free from internal direction or limitation. I need a motion and a second.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion by Mr. Smack and a second by Ms. Cotlip. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? And second, may I have a motion to direct our legal counsel to contact the Office of the State Prosecutor regarding a submission and victim impact statement. I need a motion and a second.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Smack, a second by Ms. McComas. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Thank you, Board, very much for your support. I also want to take a moment to acknowledge something important. While this situation is serious, it does not define our schools. People who serve in them every day. We have great educators, staff, partners across this system. who show up for students with dedication and care and professionalism. That work continues and it deeply matters. Later in this meeting, we will discuss updates to our upcoming budget request, and I want to emphasize that this request remains focused on where it belongs, on our students. It's about maintaining supportive and safe learning environments. And it is about supporting and retaining the best educators and staff who make a difference in students' lives today. And it is about that every student has access to equal opportunities and resources they need to succeed. We understand that trust is built and strengthened through the actions, and in this moment, we are committed not only to addressing this situation openly, but learning from it and improving as a system. We ask our community to continue to stay engaged, ask questions, and hold us accountable. And we are equally committed to continuing the work that supports our students each and every day. We will do this journey together, and I appreciate all of your support. Thank you. I now turn it over to our student representatives for their monthly student reports, and we're going to start this month from Pocomoke High School. We have Kanye Reed.
Thank you, Mr. Ferrante. We are excited to share celebrations and updates highlighting the continued success and engagement of our students, staff, and community. We're off to a strong start with Session 3 of our After-School Academy, featuring 14 diverse offerings, including flag football with Mr. Pastel, targeted weight training, MCAT prep, and Green School Club, among others. So far this school year, nearly 90 students have received driver's education instruction, and approximately 180 students have participated in after-school academy sessions. Our spring athletics season is off to a great start, with both girls softball and bocce teams achieving winning records. In April, we served nearly 100 families through our Wow Bus food distribution events and saw strong turnout at family engagement opportunities, including our Rising Warriors event, Class 2026 graduation information sessions, and Spring Community Tribe Time, with a well-attended parent conference. Our Spring Blood Drive is taking place today, with many community members pre-registered. Additionally, our visual and performing arts students will showcase their talents at this week's Fine Arts Festival. We encourage everyone to come out and support their creativity. We are also looking forward to a safe and memorable junior/senior prom this Saturday, along with a well-attended after prom. This year's Glamour and Glitz theme is being organized by Junior Council and their advisors. We have worked hard to create a professional and special experience. On Thursday, April 30th, we celebrate our MC JROTC program and cadets at the Pocomoke JROTC Awards Night. MCAT testing begins next week, followed by our over a dozen advanced placement assessments. Our counseling department continues to support students through scholarship applications, college tours for juniors, and coordination of the annual We Excel banquet, where nearly 240 students will be recognized for academic excellence on Thursday, May 14th. Senior events begin Friday, May 15th, with the senior walk through Pocomoke Elementary and Middle Schools before returning to Pocomoke High School. That evening, senior car parade will take place at 6 p.m. with banners displayed along Market Street. Thank you to our families, community members, staff, and the City of Pocomoke for making this possible. Bachelorette will be held on Sunday, May 17th, followed by Intent Night, Senior Awards, and graduation on May 26th. We are proud of our students' accomplishments and grateful for the continued support of our families and community. Now on to Worcester Tech's report. Greetings from Worcester Tech. It has been a busy start to the spring with internships, industry testing, and state competitions. Our fully licensed senior cosmetologists are busy with their internships in top salons across the county. Early education and teaching academy students are working in classrooms with lead teachers. Nursing students are wrapping up their clinical hours. Career coaches, counselors, and administration is working to put graduating students in front of the best local industries, including PAC Industries, Seaside Plumbing, Dvorak Electric, 1 Hour Heating and Air, Allen Mayers, and other reputable companies, fulfilling the motto that all students deserve to graduate enrolled, enlisted, or employed. Roughly half of our CTE programs have taken their industry-recognized credential examinations. As today, 97% of students have taken their IRC and have passed. Passing an IRC is an added assurance that these students are designated college or career ready. Congratulations to both our students and instructors. This takes a lot of hard work. Our career and technical student organizations have performed extremely well. Our FFA students leaders visited Westminster to compete in state spring judging competition. Our food science team placed 3rd out of 10 teams, and individual students placed 3rd, 7th, and 14th out of 50 competitors. Our vet science team placed 9th out of 22 teams, and a really great guy, me, have placed 25 out of 75 competitors in floriculture. Our biomed students in HOSA also competed in their state competition. 21 students competed, 43% finished in the top 5, and 71% finished in the top 10. Finally, Pocono High School and Worcester Tech community is deeply grateful for the ongoing support of our Board of Education and Executive team. This concludes my report, and now on to Cash Von Marsh representing Snow Hill High School.
Thank you, Kanya. As we move further into the spring season, Snow Hill High School continues to celebrate student achievement, strong community partnerships, and a full schedule of academic and extracurricular events. Our Eagle community remains focused on excellence, engagement, and growth as we approach the close of the school year. Supporting our school community remains a priority. Earlier this month, the Eagles Bounty Student Pantry hosted a food distribution event to support families during the Easter break. Held in early April, this initiative provided valuable resources and highlighted the care and service that defines Snow Hill High School. We are also grateful for the continued support of our local veterans organizations. The Snow Hill High School Marine Corps JROTC program received $4,000 in donations, with generous contributions of $2,000 each from the American Legion and Sons of the American Legion. These funds help offset expenses related to field trips, drill competitions, and community service activities. Through these partnerships, our cadets continue to promote patriotism, honor our veterans, and give back to the Worcester County community. This year, Cadet First Lieutenant Lily Lake, Staff Sergeant Matthew Lake, Sergeant Jacob White, and Lance Corporal Patrick Kerr proudly conducted more than 15 color guard presentations throughout the community. During the first week of April, we proudly recognized Assistant Principals Mrs. McGinnis and Mr. Adkins as part of the Assistant Principals Appreciation Week. Their leadership, dedication, and daily commitment play a vital role in our school community, and students and staff are truly grateful for the positive impact that they make. Our theater program continued to thrive as students presented the spring production of Clue last Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. The performances were extremely successful, drawing strong attendance and enthusiastic community support. We'd like to give a special shout out to Mr. Watson, whose leadership, organization, and countless hours of planning were instrumental in bringing the production to life. His vision and commitment played a critical role in making the show such a tremendous success. I'd also like to provide an update on our after-school academy program. Session 3 began strongly with 95 students currently enrolled, reflecting high student interest in the continued commitment of our staff to providing meaningful academic and enrichment opportunities beyond the school day. In particular, our driver's education course reached full capacity this session, serving 30 students. This program remains an invaluable resource for our students, especially in a rural community where access to transportation plays a critical role in post-secondary success. Looking ahead, we are preparing for a robust summer academy with planned offerings that include math and English remediation, credit recovery, and an environmental academy. These opportunities are designed to support academic growth, close learning gaps, and provide engaging, real-world learning experiences for our students. We are proud of the impact this program is making and look forward to its continued success. In addition, on Monday at the Berlin Library, the Daughters of the American Revolution recognized Gabrielle Culver as the recipient of the Good Citizenship Award. This honor reflects Gabrielle's activities and active involvement in her school and local community, and we are proud to celebrate her leadership. Looking ahead, the Snow Hill Rotary Club will host its annual Teacher of the Year banquet tomorrow evening, honoring the Teacher of the Year candidates from Snow Hill Elementary, middle, and high schools. We are also preparing for one of our most anticipated student events, Junior and Senior Prom. It'll take place this Saturday at the Snow Hill Fire Hall from 7 to 10 p.m. Prior to prom, students will participate in the Grand March at Snow Hill High School, allowing families and friends to celebrate with students as they showcase their prom attire. Following prom, students will attend after-prom activities at Altitude Trampoline Park in Delmar, providing a safe and enjoyable conclusion to the evening. On behalf of Snow Hill High School, thank you for your continued support of our students, staff, and programs. Now to Lexi with Decatur's report.
Thank you, Cash. April showers bring busy times at Stephen Decatur High School as our celebrations, special events, extracurricular activities, sports, and testing are all springing up. Looking back, SDHS had a lot to celebrate. First, our second annual pickleball tournament, sponsored by our Morgan's Message Club, earned its rightful place of being a big deal, raising money for mental health awareness campaigns, at the same time offering a great opportunity for good sportsmanship in our school community. Second, our drama department kept audiences on the edge of their seats with a wonderful production of Clue at the end of March. Students Against Destructive Decisions rallied hundreds of Seahawks to sign the Take Down Tobacco Pledge and teamed up with SDMS to do the same with the Bulldogs. We are also extremely proud of the 80-plus heroes who donated blood at our second Key Club Drive of the year. We were delighted to host another successful job fair where over 40 local businesses offered exciting opportunities to our Worcester students. Last week, we inducted 67 new members into the National Honor Society and 25 new members into the Mu Alpha Theta Math Honor Society. It was great to have Decatur graduates Dr. Stephanie Price Harris and Dr. Bry Bishop return to our hallways to serve as the NHS ceremony guest speaker and the Mu Alpha Theta induction ceremony guest speaker. Congratulations are also in order for our 15 field hockey players who were named to the National Academic Team, to our state champion Invest Right essay winner, Trey Rill, to our Junior Achievement Stock Market Challenge winners, to the top 3 scorers on the Maryland Council on Economic Education Personal Finance Challenge, and to Georgine DeWald, Caroline Brown, and Elizabeth Lovell for their winning essays with the Optimists and the DAR. Last but not least, congratulations to senior Gigi Sala, who was honored with the Good Citizen Award by the Daughters of the American Revolution. In the world of our daily operations, our guidance department is teaming up with Warwick Community College for dual enrollment scheduling next year, and Salisbury University was in the house to welcome all of the senior commits. Additionally, our school just concluded a major drive for the Believe in Tomorrow, and we have assembled dozens of boxes filled with beach supplies for children stricken with life-threatening illnesses. We have also had other service-oriented drives and activities, including a used sneaker drive for the Grace Center for Women's Health, and the Key Club filled Easter egg drive for local agencies. And finally, as usual, our after-school academy is busy with tutorial, MCAP review, AP prep, service, and enrichment programs. This week, our Surfrider Club is making Earth Week a school-wide celebration, complete with tips on energy conservation and plastic reduction, a campus cleanup, and a collaboration with our Northern End elementary schools. Tonight, we are excited to host the annual Worcester County Fine Arts Festival. We are also thrilled to announce that our choir will sing the national anthem on April 25th at the Shorebird Stadium. Also looking ahead, on May 4th, we will recognize our hundreds of We Excel honorees. And still to come, we have senior awards nights, band and choir concerts, and we are anticipated nearly 600 prom guests at the Roland E. Powell Convention Center on May 16th. Last but not least, our theater program will present the annual Shakespeare Under the Stars later in May. Meanwhile, in the testing world, we are extremely busy preparing to administer 457 advanced placement examinations in 20 different areas to 287 students. This is in addition to nearly 900 MCAP assessments. We will also administer the second and third rounds of the Learner's Permit exam in partnership with the MVA. Finally, in the sports world, our spring sports teams are off and running. We are looking forward to our spring signing ceremony on May 5th, and we eagerly await what our athletes will be able to accomplish in the postseason. In closing, we'd like to publicly thank the many surrounding businesses and organizations who are donating their time, food, prizes, and funding to our After Prom Committee. And as always, we'd like to thank our special central office leaders and our Board of Education members for their continued support, and wish everyone warm spirits as warmer days are ahead. Back to you, Mr. Fronte.
I did want to point out that Lexi, well, first of all, Lexi, Cash, and Kanye are all seniors, and it's hard to believe that this year has gone by so fast. This will be Lexi's last meeting with us, and we know that she's going to be going off to college, and you've done a terrific job as a board representative. We want to make a notation of that. All of you have. But we know that Lexi won't be here, and there's only 3 weeks left for seniors, I think, and I know they're counting down the days. So, but Lexi, thank you. And Dr. Andes, I think, Lexi, are you going to school to be a teacher? Yeah. Dr. Andes?
Lexi, that is a great profession. And where are you going to school? Westchester University in Pennsylvania. Well, that's not as good as Bloomsburg University in Pennsylvania. but Westchester's okay. What are you going to pursue?
Elementary education.
Elementary education. And did you apply for the Dr. John Andes Grow Your Own Scholarship? Okay, I just wanted to make sure that you did that. And don't forget, in 4 years, apply back to Worcester County Public School. All right. I love that plan.
Thank you, Lexi, and thank you, Cash and Kanye, for your reports today. We appreciate you taking your time out of your busy schedules to be with us, as always. Now I'd like to turn it over to Mr. Tolbert for the Blueprint Report.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Ferrante. On April 8th, Worcester County Public Schools participated in a full-day local education agency site visit with NORC, the organization contracted by the Accountability Implementation Board to conduct an independent evaluation of Blueprint implementation statewide. During this visit, our team engaged in focused discussions aligned to Pillar 3, including overall academic proficiency, achievement gaps among student groups, and career counseling efforts. Worcester County Public Schools would like to commend the professionalism of the NORC team. The visit provided a valuable opportunity to highlight both our areas of progress and the practical challenges associated with implementing the blueprint at this local level. Following the completion of visits across all 24 LEAs, NORC is expected to release a comprehensive statewide evaluation report in the summer of 2027. In addition, NORC's evaluation includes a two-part survey process. Worcester County Public Pillar Leads completed survey number 1 in March. We have been informed that the AIB and NORC are finalizing revisions to survey number 2, which is expected to be released to the LEAs in the near future. On April 17th, Worcester County Public Schools staff joined representatives from the AIB and the State Board of Education in Annapolis to review updates to Joint Implementation Policy Number 4, which governs the career ladder. This session also included presentations from LEAs that implemented a Level 4 pilot during the current school year. Worcester County Public Schools extends appreciation to colleagues from Anne Arundel and Caroline counties for sharing insights into both their successes and implementation challenges. Beginning in 2027-2028 school year, Level 4 participation will transition from a voluntary pilot to a required phase of implementation. By July 1, Worcester County Public Schools must submit a formal declaration of intent outlining how the system will meet this requirement through one of the following pathways. The first is a pilot participation, where formal participation in the state's Level 4 pilot program, including adherence to all associated participation, reporting, and data collection requirements. Or the second option would be plan activation, implementation of an LEA-specific AIB-approved Level 4 plan in at least one school, including activation of at least one Level 4 role with full compliance to statutory requirements and the approved 2025 Career Ladder Plan. Looking ahead, several additional blueprint-related reports are due on July 1st. These include updates related to the implementation of the $60,000 minimum teacher salary requirement and the career counseling report to be completed in collaboration with Warwick Community College and the local Workforce Development Board. At this time, Worcester County Public Schools is waiting the release of the reporting template from the AIB. That concludes the blueprint update for this month. Are there any questions, Mr. Ferrante, from
Well,
the
Mr.
board?
Tolbert, I tell you what, we started with the blueprint a while ago, and now we're looking at 2027. It's gotten here awfully quick,
It sure
awfully
has,
quick.
yes.
And I know there's been a lot of legwork done in the meantime to get to where we need to be by 2027. Board, do you have any questions for Mr. Tolbert regarding the blueprint report? Okay, thank you, Mr. Tolbert.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Now I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Record for the safety report.
Thank you, Mr. Ferrante. As an information item for the month of April, the safety report highlights the most recent safety committee meeting. During the April safety committee meeting, members had the opportunity to contribute suggestions regarding the planning and structure of the upcoming safety conference, July Safety Conference. This year, the Worcester County Public Schools Safety Conference is scheduled for July 28th, and the meeting provided this last week's meeting provided valuable time for collaboration, feedback, and input for the safety committee members and the planning. The April meeting also marks the final safety committee meeting of our school year. However, it does coincide with School Safety Month. This month, like every other month, serves as an important reminder of our shared commitment to maintain safe and supportive environments throughout intentional words and actions focused on school safety for our students, staff, and community members. And lastly, as previously reported, the school mapping grant has been finalized and is ready for the final walkthrough phase. This grant, secured through external funding, will ensure that all Worcester County public schools are equipped with detailed and verified school maps. These maps will provide critical information for school officials and partnering community agencies, both in supporting coordinated safety efforts and response efforts across our school. This concludes the April safety report. Back to you, Mr. Ferrante.
Thank you, Dr. Record. Board, any questions for Dr. Record concerning the safety report?
I do have a question. It's
Yes,
not
Ms.
exactly the
Ms.
safety
Keller.
report. Is it on?
Yeah, just make sure you speak into
A couple meetings ago, I asked if it was possible to be put back on the safety committee that I used to sit on because I didn't think it was a conflict of interest, but I've never heard back. So I'm just wondering if that was ever discussed further.
At this time, I don't think it has been discussed, but I think it's something we can put on the agenda to go forward.
Okay,
Okay.
thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, thank you, Dr. Record. Board, no questions. We're going to move forward. I'm going to recognize some of the groups that we have in the audience. I want to recognize their group. First, I want to recognize the WCTA, if we have any representatives here. I think we see Beth in the audience. Thank you. I also want to recognize the Worcester County Educational Support Professionals Association. Thank you, Chanel. Worcester County Retired School Personnel. Thank you very much. Nice to see you. We have our Uniserv rep in the audience as well. Mr. Carnahan, thank you for being with us today. Worcester County Bus Contractors Association. And any representatives from various schools, PTA, SIACs, etc. Okay, thank you for being with us today. We appreciate it. We have some board proclamations to read today. I'm going to, it is School Library Month. I'm going to ask Ms. Jen Sills to come forward, and Mr. Buchanan, since his wife is a librarian, is going to go ahead and read this proclamation for us.
Well, thank you, Mr. Ferrante. I have two favorite months. Last month was a very favorite month. It was Art Month, and I really appreciate you asking me to read that, and also now this month with the Library Month. I will say, though, that there's one more whereas on this month than there was last month. Here goes. Are you ready, Jen? Okay. Whereas the school library is to ensure that students and staff are effective users of ideas and information, and whereas the school librarian's role is to provide the leadership and expertise necessary to ensure that the school's library is an integral part of the instructional program of the school, and whereas the Board of Education has entrusted the school librarian in each school to teach the skills of locating and using information through traditional resources and new technologies, to provide literature appreciation activities, and to guide and encourage content and recreational reading to every student. And whereas lifelong learning begins and is systematically developed through the school library curriculum of the elementary and secondary school, and whereas the school library contributes to the individual growth and development of all students while fostering both excellence and equity in education, and whereas the school librarians of Worcester County have dedicated themselves to work for quality school libraries for all students. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Worcester County Board of Education does hereby proclaim April 2026 as School Library Month, and calls upon school administrators, teachers, students, and citizens of Worcester County to recognize and support this action, and to participate throughout the month of April in the celebration of School Library Month. And this is signed by Todd A. Ferrante, President, Worcester County Board of Education, and Annette Eliza Wallace, Superintendent of Schools. You're welcome.
Next, it's only fitting that I ask Dr. Andes to read the proclamation for Teacher Appreciation Week.
Thank you, Mr. Fronte. Teacher Appreciation Week, May 4th to
Hey,
May
could I have,
8th.
I'm sorry, Dr. Andes, could I have Beth Shockley-Lynch come up to receive this?
You have to go that way again. Teacher Appreciation Week, May 4th to 8th, 2026. Whereas teachers mold future citizens through guidance and education, and whereas teachers encounter students of widely differing backgrounds, and whereas our county's future depends upon providing quality education to all students, and whereas teachers spend countless hours preparing lessons, evaluating progress, counseling and coaching students, and performing community service, and whereas our community recognizes and supports its teachers in educating the children of this community, now therefore be it resolved that the Worcester County Board of Education proclaims May 4th through May 8th, 2026 to be Teacher Appreciation Week. And be it further resolved that the Worcester County Board of Education strongly encourages all members of our community to join in personally expressing appreciation to our teachers for their dedication and devotion to their work. Adopted this 21st day of April, 2026, signed Todd A. Ferrante, President, Worcester County Board of Education, and Dr. Annette Wallace, Superintendent of Schools. Thank you.
And our next proclamation will be read by Mrs. Cutlip, and it is School Nurse Day. And can I have Amanda Underkoffler please come forward?
I was wondering when I would get the whereas paper. There's 10 to go. And I will lead with, I love my school nurses. My children are high flyers in any school they go to, into this room, no matter who it is. And I see firsthand what you do outside of a Band-Aid or a boo-boo or something like that. You guys have my respect. So, whereas students are the future, and by investing in them today, we are ensuring our world for tomorrow. And whereas families deserve to feel confident that their children will be cared for when they are at school, and whereas all students have a right to have their physical and mental health needs safely met while in the school setting, and as whereas students today face more complex and life-threatening health problems requiring care in school, and whereas school nurses have served a critical role in improving public health and in ensuring student academic success for more than 100 years, and whereas school nurses address the home and community factors, for example, social detriments that impact students' health, whereas school nurses act as a liaison to the school community, families, and healthcare providers on behalf of children's health by promoting wellness and improving health outcomes for our nation's children. And whereas school nurses support the health and educational success of children and youth by providing access to care when children's cognitive development is at its peak. And whereas school nurses, members of school-based teams, example school health services, 504, IEP, disaster and emergency planning to address the school population. And the last whereas, school nurses understand the link between health and learning and are in a position to make a positive difference for our children every day. Therefore, be it resolved, the National Association of School Nurses celebrates and acknowledges the accomplishments of school nurses everywhere. and their efforts of meeting the needs of today's students by improving the delivery of health care in our schools, and offers gratitude for the nation's school nurses who contribute to our local communities by helping students stay healthy in school and ready to learn, and keeping parents and guardians at work, not just on National School Nurse Day, but every opportunity throughout the year. Be it further resolved, the Worcester County Board of Education does hereby proclaim Wednesday, May 6th of 2026 as School Nurse Day, as this 21st day of April 2026. Signed by Board President Todd A. Ferrante and Superintendent Annette E. Wallace. Whew! That was way longer than theirs. Congratulations.
Okay, and now I know some of you have been waiting. We have the Superintendent's Recognition Programs, the Heartbeat of Worcester Award, the Surge Awards, and the 2026 Maryland Student Page Representative Award, as well as Winter Sports. So we'll be on our way down.
Say each month, and I'm going to keep saying it, this is one of my favorite parts, if not my favorite part, of our board meetings. And so our first honoree I'm going to ask to come forward is Miss Diane Parsons, who is a stranger to no one. Come on up. I'm just going to embarrass you by reading just a couple. It's only a couple pages, Miss Diane, so no. It is my honor this afternoon to recognize Diane Parsons as the heartbeat of Worcester. For more than 20 years, Diane has been a steady and caring presence at Buckingham Elementary School. She has served in many roles, always stepping in whenever needed, and doing so with dedication and grace. As acting registrar, Diane works tirelessly, often late into the evenings and throughout the summer, ensuring that students and families are supported every step of the way. She greets everyone with a warm smile, offering kindness and reassurance to all who walk through the doors. Her commitment, positivity, and selfless service make her an invaluable part of Buckingham's community. Diane truly embodies the spirit of Worcester County Public Schools. Thank you for being the heartbeat of your school and the heartbeat of Worcester. We're going to miss you next year. And our next recipient is Mr. Rodney Lee. I'm going to ask him to come forward. This is so crazy because I thought it was big Mr. Rodney Lee, not little Mr. Rodney Lee, so I love this. How are you? Good. Finally, we're excited to recognize Rodney Lee as recipient of the Power Surge Award for School Spirit. Rodney brings an energy to Snow Hill Middle School that is truly contagious. Each day, he shows pride in his school, and he encourages others to do the same. Whether participating in class or cheering on his peers, Rodney helps create a positive and uplifting environment for everyone around him. What makes Rodney especially remarkable is his intentional effort to learn and remember the names of others, greeting each person with warmth and enthusiasm. Through this simple but powerful act, he helps others feel seen, valued, and connected. Rodney's positivity inspires those around him to get involved, do their best, and take pride in their community. Rodney, thank you for your incredible spirit and your leadership. Congratulations. I'm going to introduce Ms. McInerney, who's going to recognize our student page.
Thank you. Good afternoon, board. Good afternoon, families. My name is Jess McInerney. I am the coordinator responsible for organizing the Maryland Page program. With me is Miss Mary Hathaway, who organizes it at Stephen Decatur High School. One senior each year is selected to be page in the Maryland General Assembly. Student pages interact with state legislatures, see the chamber in action, and complete other civic duties. This year, I'm happy to recognize Trey Rill as our selection for the page program. Trey excels in advanced courses at Stephen Decatur High School, is the captain of the tennis team, and is a member of 3 different honor societies. He also volunteers his time with the Maryland Special Olympics and the CAT Club, Kids Against Animal Abuse and Testing. And also, he recently, like Alexis said, won first place in the state for the Maryland Council for Economic Education's Invest Right competition. Trey is attending Salisbury University in the fall, pursuing a finance major and a political science minor, and he is going to be a lawyer in the future. So please join me in congratulating Trey as Worcester County's page.
Next, I'm going to introduce Mr. Sam Slakem, a man of many talents, who today will be addressing athletics.
Good afternoon, members of the board, students, families, coaches, and guests. Today we are proud to recognize the outstanding accomplishments of our Worcester County Public Schools winter student athletes. These students have represented their schools and our community with dedication, discipline, teamwork, and sportsmanship throughout the season. Their success reflects countless hours of practice, perseverance, and support from coaches, families, teachers, and teammates. We are honored to celebrate their achievements today and congratulate each of them for an exceptional winter season. First up, I'd like to have Mr. Derek Fuchs, Athletic Director from Pocomoke High School.
Good afternoon, everyone. We always look this time of the year, fall, winter, spring, to be recognized here at the Board of Education for our great student athletes and all that they accomplished during the seasons. Today, we're here to celebrate our girls basketball team, boys basketball, and indoor track. And we would also like to add that out of the 91 athletes in the winter sports season, 75% were minds in motion athletes. So I'm not going to prolong the ceremony, so I'm going to ask Ms. Monique Douglas to come forth at this time to do her individual awards for girls basketball.
Hello, I'm Coach Douglas. This is my assistant, Coach Mike Wright. We're going to start by first recognizing Cameron Parker. If she can come up. All right, Cam was selected to All Bayside Conference first team. She finishes her season with 233 points, 44 steals, 67 assists, and 7 blocks. Cam was also our team captain and is a sophomore. And also, I would also like to introduce you all to our 1A East Region 2 girls champions, regional champions. All right, a little bit about these girls. What you see before you, we have 7 freshmen, 2 sophomores, and 2 seniors. We ended our regular season only winning 7 games and still made an appearance to the state quarterfinals. So we want to give these girls a big round of applause.
She's downplaying that a little bit because they beat the number 1 seed and the number 2 seed to win the region. And during the course of the season, they lost big time to both teams during the season. So she downplayed it just a little bit. So I think the girls deserve a lot of credit for that.
Congratulations. Congratulations, everyone.
Mike.
Congratulations,
Mike.
Terry.
Great job, Dave.
See you, man.
Thank you, ladies, and congratulations again. Today I'm here to represent boys basketball and with Mr. LaMarcus Douglas. LaMarcus Douglas was recognized today for Bayside First Team All Bayside Conference. LaMarcus averaged 14 points, 9 rebounds, 4 steals per game this year, which was second on the team. And that was a great accomplishment for him coming off of last year. So he is first team All Bayside Conference honors this year. Next, I'm going to ask Ms. LaToya Purnell, Mr. Denasia Jones, Mr. David Moore to come up and recognize their athlete.
Good afternoon, everyone. So today, we as coaches have a great celebration. This young man I call him the AI kid. He came in as a freshman running his heart out and continued to do it throughout the season. For the first time ever, we have a Bayside champion in indoor track. Not just one, but 2 Bayside champions under his running skills. So 1,613 meter run for Rollin George. 16 and 3,200 for Rollin George. And he does hold the school record since his freshman year.
Next, I would ask that Mr. Chris Adkins, Athletic Director for Snow Hill High School, come up and present his athletes.
Thank you, Mr. Slacum. Good afternoon, board members, executive team, everybody. Good to see you guys. All right, so first, opening up, I'm Athletic Director of Snow High School, but I'm also the head wrestling coach, and here to celebrate our first ever in school history Bayside champion, Miss Emmy Luce. So, Emmy is one of the founding members of our Snow Hill High School girls wrestling team. We've only had girls wrestling at Snow Hill High School now this is our 3rd year. And Emmy came to me, I want to wrestle. I'm like, you want to wrestle? All right, so cool, awesome. And we started small. We had 3 girls, then we grew to 7 girls, 2 girls, into 7 girls, and this year we had 12 girls, and that's all under Emmy's leadership. She was captain for the girls all 3 years, and I'm going to miss her a lot. She's going to wrestle at McDaniel next year. So, again, our first Bayside champ, Miss Emmy Luce. And now to talk about some very historic athletes here at Snow Hill High School. Their names are all over the wall in our gym. Head coach for indoor track, Mr. Bradley Krause.
Good afternoon, everybody. So I will try to be brief-winded, not take up too much of your time. The first athlete that we're going to recognize is Miss Ali Suarez-Apacheche. She's being recognized for regional champion in the 1600 and the 3200 meters. But just a couple of other accomplishments she achieved this season. So how track works is if you place in the top 8 for any events, you earn points for your team, and then the team with the most points is the team that wins the meets, aside from the individual races. In this season, she earned 155 points, which, if you do the math, is over 90% of the entire team points earned the entire season. She got first place in 7 races, second place in 8 races, third place in 3 races, and 5th place once. So every single race that she ran in the indoor season, she earned points for the team, which is pretty remarkable. Like I said, she also received regional champion for the 1600 and 3200, but on top of that, she was the runner-up. She got second place at States for the mile run as well. And she currently holds the school record for the 1600. She is second for the 3200 and is third place for the 500, the 800, the 4x8, and the 4x400. So as you can see, she is a very decorated athlete. She holds a lot of school records. And like Mr. Atkins said, she's going to go in the history books for many decades looking forward. Unfortunately, she is a senior, and this is going to be our last year with her on the track team, so she's going to be dearly missed next year. But she's going on to do great things. She's been accepted into the Naval Academy, so big things for her future. And next up, we have Mr. Miles Martin. Miles is also a senior, and he is, as the kids would say, the GOAT of shot put and discus, all the throwing events. So he earned 62 points this season for the guys, which is about 80% of the team points. And at every single meet he competed in, he got first or second place, no lower than that second place mark. And when it came down to championship season, not only did he win regionals for shot put, but he also is a state champion in shot put, which is something as individually we have not had in quite some time at Snow Hill High School. He is also a senior, unfortunately, but he's going to be going to UMES to study veterinarian school. So super proud of both of these athletes and everything that they've done for our team, our program, helped me grow as a coach, and they both will be dearly missed next year. Allie and Miles.
Next up, we'll have Mr. Dan DeBronze, Athletic Director at Stephen Decatur High School, for his athletes.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, sir. Thank you for coming to today's recognition of our athletes, our winter sports athletes. This past winter, we had a total of 316 athletes try out for sports and participate. Out of that 316, 216 of them, or 68%, qualified for our Minds in Motion, the MPSSAA Minds in Motion Award, 3.25 GPA or higher. So we're very proud of that. Our complete winning percentage for the winter season was 80%. We won numerous Bayside titles, region titles, a couple state championships. We're very proud of our winter sport athletes. And we're going to start the day off today with our unified strength and conditioning team with head coaches, Coach Bone and Coach Owens.
Hello, everybody. I'm Coach Bone, and I'm going to actually let out one of our team captains, Griffin Smith, introduce us as he does at every single meet.
And also a welcome to all Unified Strength champions.
Hey, come on up. Congratulations, everybody. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank
you.
you.
Congratulations,
Thank you.
everyone. Congratulations. Don't forget class tomorrow night.
I know.
She's in my life.
All right, next we're going to talk about our basketball teams, and we're going to start out with our boys basketball. We had one of our players this year get the South Bayside All-Conference Award, Jonathan Purnell. All right, for girls basketball, our head coach could not be here today. His job wouldn't allow him. So we're going to bring up his sister, Miss Karen Holland. She's going to come up and say a few words about the girls basketball program. Had a very special year this year.
Hello. We are so proud of our young ladies, and we would like to honor them for their hard work, dedication, and the countless hours they put into our season. We finished our season with an overall record of 22-3. We have two first team All Bayside Awards. The first one is going to go to Malia Blake. Awesome. And then our next one is All Bayside South for first team and defensive player of the year. It's Malia Manuel.
Yeah, the next on the list was our coach, Corey Holland. He won the South Bayside Coach of the Year.
And then for our basketball team, our team did so well. We won Bayside Championship. So here are the ladies here.
All right, moving right along, we're going to get into girls wrestling. Head coach Josh August.
Thank you for having us. First, we're going to go our Bayside girls champions, our 100-pound champion, Callie McBride. (110) Micaiah Robinette. (125) Irie Carmack. (140) Amari Purnell. And our 190 Bayside champ, Amelia Gonzalez. Next is our 3A, 4A East region champions. 125, Irie Carmack. And 140, Amari Purnell. All right, and finally for our individual awards, our two girls state champions, 125 Irie Carmack and 140 Amari Purnell. All right, along with these ladies, this is our first girls Bayside Championship team, and this is the first time in Bayside history where girls and boys teams were both Bayside champions from the same school. So the rest of our team that competed, and many of them placed in Baysides: Melanie Ruiz, Sage Sturgis, Betty Beretta, Chelsea Mazarego, Danny Plata, Elena Udinsky, Maya Johnson Guerrero, and our coaches for the girls' side, Coach Sarah Patrick and Coach Don Pirana. All right, I'd like to recognize our boys individual Bayside champions. 113, Paulo Minaweber. (132) Elijah Colick. And 190, Peter Snyder. All right, our regional champion, 3A, 4A East, Elijah Colick, Peter Snyder, and Zach McDaniel. And our state champion for this year, his first four-time state champion in school history, and he's the first four-time state champion in any sport in Bayside history. So our four-time state champ going to Nebraska, Elijah Colick. And for the Bayside team, this is our 8th consecutive Bayside title. The contributors, placers, and starters: Kyle Wilson, Gavin McBride, Tanner Intrieri, Reed James, Timmy McCormick, Grant Steffen, Alex Reel, and one of our other team captains, senior Malachi Mason, assisted by, again, I think his 20th year, Coach Pirana.
Good job, guys. Congratulations. 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 Thank you. Thank you so much. Congratulations.
All right, next we're going to have Coach Brenda Hommel talk about girls indoor track and then the boys indoor track. Coach Hommel.
Hello, thank you. I'm first going to talk a little bit about the girls team. We had an amazing indoor season. I've been coaching 12 years now, and this is by far the best that our girls team has done. First want to recognize a couple individuals. Amaya Johnson. Amaya placed third at the 3A East Regional meet, and that qualified her for states. She cleared 5 foot for high jump, which is the third place for all time Stephen Decatur High School. So she's currently in third place. What's interesting about Amaya, she just started last year as a sophomore high jumping. So this is only her second year high jumping and has already qualified for states twice now. And then she went on to the 3A state championship and placed 6th place there. So that's Amaya Johnson. And then next we have Lotus Wise. Lotus ran the 500 meter among other things for us, but she earned a first place finish at the 3A East Regionals, and which qualified her for states. She ran that in 1 minute 19 seconds, which is a school record. And then went to states, and she was the state runner-up, earning 2nd place at the states with a 1 minute 18 seconds. So she broke her own time and scored the school record a 2nd time in that season. Because she earned states, and because we had a few people go to states this year, I went ahead and offered to take them to the Adidas National Championships. This is the first time that anyone from Decatur had gone to the National Championships down in Virginia Beach. They didn't have a 500, so Lotus ran the 400, and she broke the school record for the outdoor 400 in an indoor track, which is pretty difficult to do. So she ran a 59:32. So she's already beat that time during our outdoor season this year. So Lotus has really stepped up and done a lot for us for the team. Okay. Continuing for the girls track team. Our girls also, this is, as I said, the first time in my 12 years of coaching that our girls were the indoor Bayside Conference Championships team. And I just want to kind of acknowledge some of the highest scores. First of all, we had Amaya Johnson scored first in the high jump. Lotus earned first place in the 55 meter, the 300 meter, and the 500 meter. We have our 4x2 team. If our 4x200 team could come up, they scored third. Our 4x4 team, and we have some overlap. Some of our 4x2 runners ran in the 4x4. And then the 4x8 team, so the 4x4 scored second place, and the 4x8 team scored first place. And then Lily Norman, who is not able to be here today, she came in second in the 800, third in the 1600, and third in the 3200. And then we have the rest of our team members who certainly helped us out. Several of them scoring, they just didn't medal. Okay, and finally, we're going to acknowledge 4 of our members of our boys indoor track team. So this is, you guys can come up. This is the 4x800 team. This team is really special to me because I've coached them so many seasons. So I not only coach indoor track, but I coach cross country and indoor track and outdoor track. And this group of boys has missed going to states for outdoor track by just points for the last 2 years. Most of them are seniors. And so to be able to have them make it as far as they did for indoor track was just really special to me. So Xander Wakefield, senior Xander Wakefield, senior Colin Pennington, senior Ethan Rode, and then we have in the middle Carter Steffi's a sophomore. They placed first in all their meets in the 4x8, except for they placed second in meet number 3 for indoor season. They placed 5th in the 3A East Regionals with a time of 8:37, which advanced them and qualified them to the state level. At the 3A state meet, they scored 11th place, but what was really significant about their race was they broke a 21-year record that was previously 8:35.71, and their time was 8:30.15, and that record was from 2005. So that was really something to celebrate. They also accompanied me and some of the girls to the Adidas National Championship, and where they scored 18th place at Nationals. So that was a lot of fun, and I'm really proud of them.
All right, our last sport. We have our head coach, Rebecca Farr, here to talk about our boys and girls swim team. Come on up.
All right, so first of all, our first team All Bayside Conference Award was presented to Jake Harner and Luke Reiser. We also have a Bayside Champion Award presented to Vincent Skiki. And finally, we have Region Champion Awards to present to Vincent Skiki, Ewan Betts, Jacob Demarest, Parker Gill, who's not here, and Luke Reiser. And then finally, we have a team award for our men. They were the Class 1A, 2A, 3A East Region champions. All right, and then moving on to the women's team. Our first team All Bayside Conference Awards go to Kendall Bagley and Amelia Groves. Our Bayside champions include Kendall Bagley, Kate Warner, Karis Bagley, Macy Groves, Zoe David, and Finley Helfrich. I'm pretty sure we had some Bayside records too, but I don't remember what they were. Our region champions also include Kendall Bagley, Kate Warner, Karis Bagley, Macy Groves, Zoe David, and Finley Helfrich. We also had our medley relay won a state championship this year, and that was Kendall Bagley, Kate Warner, Karis Bagley, and Macy Groves. And then we have 2 team awards. The ladies won both the Bayside Conference Championship, and they also won the Class 1A, 2A, 3A Regional Championship.
Okay. As you can see, we have a lot of awards, a lot of great student athletes in the county. Now it's time for public and individual comments. All individuals who sign up to address the Worcester County Board of Education may do so for 1 or 2 minutes regarding information and commendations or concerns which may need future board attention. Concerns that are specific to an individual will not be discussed in open session and should be directed to appropriate district personnel for investigation. When you're called to address the board, please state your name and address for the record. And the first person we have on the list is Michelle Varela. Okay. She is not here. Katie Addis. Come on in. Is Michelle out there, Katie? Varela? Varela. Okay. She'll be first, and then I'll call after. Michelle, we'll make sure the mic is on when you sit down for our live stream. Make sure you speak into the mic so that they can hear you as well, and state your name and address for the record. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Michelle Varela. I'm from Berlin. I'm here to publicly state that we now need to conduct a forensic audit after learning of Ms. Schott's embezzlement of over $100,000. There are teachers dipping into their own pockets to fund classroom needs while all along Mrs. Shorts was stealing money. This was money that was also for low-income students. I find it very suspicious that the prior superintendent, Mr. Taylor, requested a waiver in all audits, which thankfully, Worcester County Commissioner Karen Abbott did not think was right and pushed for an audit anyway, and that all the county commissioners agreed with this. I am now questioning everything. I've lost all trust. This is why I firmly believe that your first action should be to have a forensic audit done before ever out publicly saying this is just an isolated or one individual incident. You don't know that. And as a taxpayer, I don't believe that. Many other school staff have a school-provided credit card, as Ms. Shorts did. Getting a forensic audit is the only way to be sure, and if you avoid having a forensic audit done, that will suggest to all of us taxpayers that you have more to hide. We will be watching.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up is Katie Addis.
Katie Addis, Bishopville, Maryland. Trust. I was told by essentially all of you to trust the administration during budget time. I had board members consistently and relentlessly roll their eyes at me and cut me off as I was speaking. Board members tell me that my manifesto to my constituents was unnecessary, and board members downplay and ignore the severity of the issues that were consistently brought up. And now we have a prior administrator whom I was told numerous times to trust, indicted for embezzlement or indicted for embezzlement, running a theft scheme and misconduct in office. Do you all know what the definition of embezzlement is? It involves the misappropriation of funds by someone who has been entrusted with access to those funds, while theft refers to taking someone else's property without permission. The key distinction lies in the relationship of trust and access to the property involved. Trust. Every single board member, excluding new member Jackie Cutlip, should step down for dereliction of their duty as a public servant because every single one of you embezzled from the taxpayer. You decided to trust over verify. Because you became too friendly with those who sit around you, you decided to turn your cheek instead of holding them accountable for the high-paying roles that they sit in. Step down. You are not worthy of sitting in those seats. And for anyone who believes that this started and ended with a corrupt assistant superintendent, I'm here to tell you to think again. Our previous superintendent requested the waiver for the audit to be put off until 2032, even though the 2010 and 2017 audits had issues with financial transactions that were never fixed. Why would he do that? He is one of two things. He is either so inept with his job that he didn't realize that a direct subordinate was mishandling funds to the idea of a theft scheme, or he was corrupt and in on it. Those are the only two options that it could possibly be. Now it's time for you to decide. Thank you.
Okay, next up is Kathy Cater.
Thank you. My name is Kathy Cater, resident of Bishopville, Maryland. First, I want to thank you for your earlier declaration in the meeting of calling for the forensic audit. Thank you all to be in total agreement with that. Recently, an audit was conducted of the Worcester County Public Schools, and while Worcester County only had 7 areas that were identified, 18 being on the high side, there was an identified area of concern that can lead to possible legal actions of accountability. Accountability in our educational system must be maintained and is critically important to sustain viability and community trust. And at the risk of repeating and sounding redundant, it is extremely important to remember that the actions of an individual does not in any way define the hardworking teachers, staff, and administrators who work tirelessly and selflessly over the years to provide an educational system that is second to none. The administrative team has already taken measures to strengthen the purchasing process based on the audit results months ago, as they did in every other identified area according to the report, if read. We cannot be distracted from what is most important, creating and strengthening a learning environment that provides for student success with highly qualified teachers, small class sizes, and safe schools. And the budget must be funded appropriately to do that. MOE will not get it done. We must support the funding of our system. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Next up is Gwen Lehman.
Hello, my name is Gwen Lehman. I live in Ocean Pines. I'm going to strike a slightly different tone here. I would like to commend Superintendent Wallace, Central Office staff, and the Board of Education for the current social media campaign, You Can Do Both. I am, as a former arts teacher, an enthusiastic supporter of arts education and all its iterations. It is encouraging to see well-done graphics promote the belief that arts and athletics are not mutually exclusive. In both, some of the same basics are taught and stressed: teamwork, self-discipline, commitment, and creative problem solving. As we are in budgeting season, I am encouraged that our Board of Ed is demonstrating a commitment to arts programs, students, and staff. I ask that you continue your belief in the value of what the arts offer to students by letting this be reflected in your budget request for 26-27. I am, of course, always in favor of a fully funded BOE budget. Much luck with that. Let me know anything I might do to help. Thank you.
Next up is Richard Addis.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. 4 years. 4 years we told you that it was happening. 4 years you belittled. 4 years you attacked. 4 years you defected against everything that the citizens in this county was telling you. Even today, this is not an isolated incident. Today you still have fraud, waste, and abuse. Your administrative vehicles are being used for personal purposes. You're driving over 100 miles to go to your own children's sports events. Yeah, look around, because it's happening. And guess how I know that? I have teachers reaching out to me, parents reaching out to me, and just citizens reaching out to me to tell me this information. Everyone is looking into everything that's going on here that we've been saying for 4 years. And it's not neglect, it's willful neglect, because we told all of you it was happening. And you all went so far as to cover it up, as to hold up signs in 2024 during the election saying fake news. That was you, President Todd Ferrante. That was you that did that. Mr. Buchanan, you, what? You got something to say?
No.
Oh, okay. I thought you were going to say something. You said that you have to trust, that you're not going to look into fraud because it's not happening because you trust people. You are directly in violation of your oaths of office to protect taxpayer money. That is part of your oath of office, is to protect the taxpayer, and you willfully neglected it. You should all be ashamed. You two especially, but the rest of you for not taking action when you could have. So I'm going to ask you now, will you step down and do the right thing for the students in this county, for the parents in this county, and the teachers? Because of your neglect, they have missed out on raises because money has been disappearing. And what did you do, by the way, that rewarded somebody who looked into the budget? You gave them a job, didn't you? You gave somebody a job because they came in and did a presentation, said everything was fine. That person and your financier, your CFO over here, they all need to be fired. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Kate McCloskey.
Hi, my name is Kate McCloskey from Ocean Pines, and the only reason the recent fraud and embezzlement were found was due to an external financial audit, an audit that almost did not happen because the prior superintendent, Mr. Taylor, tried to get it waived until 2032. Thankfully, our county commissioners were not okay with that, and the waiver was denied. But now that we know fraud has been going on for a minimum of 6 years on Mr. Taylor's watch by one of his direct reports, I'm questioning Mr. Taylor's odd request to skip the audit. It seems very sketchy to me. Also, your board was recently quoted stating that this embezzlement is an isolated incident. Problem is that you can't possibly know that right at this moment. The assistant superintendent, Ms. Schwartz, was not the only employee with a school-issued credit card. There are many others with those cards, and if Ms. Schwartz was able to steal $118,000 by simply doctoring her receipts with no one internally noticing there was nothing to show for it, then others could too. The way I see it, your top priority right now is to restore public trust, and while implementing more stringent protocols moving forward is needed, yes. That does not solve the bigger question in my mind. What other waste, fraud, or abuse has been happening up to this point? The only way to find that out and to show how serious you are about safeguarding public resources you've been entrusted with is to launch a more thorough forensic audit. And I'll leave you with this. And I'm grateful, by the way, that you are going to do a forensic audit. I think I heard that correctly, so thank you. I'll leave you with this, because us taxpayers do not want to be on the hook for paying either paid leave or pensions of any hired staff who've been stealing from our schools. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Cheryl Middleton.
I'm Cheryl Middleton. I live in Berlin, Maryland. As far as we know, Dee Short's crime started in 2019 when she was promoted to Chief Academic Officer by her close friend Lou Taylor. How far back does this really go? This could have been going on longer, we don't know. And did anybody else pull any stunts like this? Shorts was paid a handsome salary, $178,000 last year, yet she stole $118,000 between 2019 and 2025, the entire time she was in this job. The month after Lou Taylor retired, we had this financial audit, the first one since Taylor became superintendent in 2016. Coincidence? I think not. Taylor tried to waive any audits until 2032. What's that all about? Again, coincidence? I don't think so. You members of this Board of Education didn't care, or are you incompetent? Perhaps you're complicit. We taxpayers are sick of your breach of your fiduciary responsibilities. Kate Addis was the only one who questioned expenditures, and the rest of you shot her down. I hope that Jackie Cutlip is able to continue the fight. When I was running for Board of Education in 2024 and was on Mike Bradley's radio show with John Andes, I questioned the budget and the expenditures. On that radio show, Andy stated he spent hours going over the budget with Lou Taylor. Again, are you incompetent or complicit? Certainly, you all are in breach of your fiduciary responsibilities as board members. You should be ashamed that this happened on your watch. The entire board has said, trust us when it comes to expenditures and the budget. Well, we don't trust you. Thank you for agreeing to do a full forensic audit. And I think, honestly, what you need in addition to that is a definitive plan to regain the trust of Worcester County taxpayers. Mark my words, the taxpayers of Worcester County will be watching you to see what you do about this disaster.
Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else wishing to talk? Seeing none, we'll move forward. And my board members, have you had a chance to review the consent agenda? Does anyone wish to have anything pulled from the consent agenda for discussion? Seeing none, I need a motion to approve the consent agenda items and a second. Motion by Mr. Smack.
Second.
A second by Mr. Gordy. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Now moving forward, I'd like to ask, turn it over to Dr. Record for the curriculum and instruction report.
Mr. Fronte, may we take a break for a moment, please?
Sure, we'll exercise a 10-minute recess, Dr. Andes.
Thank you so much.
You're
I
welcome.
appreciate it.
Okay, and now we'd like to resume our meeting and turn it over to Dr. Record for the Curriculum and Instruction Report.
Thank you, Mr. Ferrante. It is with great pleasure to introduce Ms. Sarah Blackburn, the Coordinator of Mathematics Instruction, and she will review and inform both the components of the mathematic practices, instructional practices within our Worcester County instructional block, as well as how her work and her team's work is adhering to the Maryland's math policy. As you know, our school system is #1 in the state in math, but that is a driver for Ms. Blackburn and her team, and I will let her take it away.
All right, thank you. All right, good afternoon, everyone. As Dr. Record said, I'm Sarah Blackburn. I am the coordinator of math instruction for K-12 here in Worcester County. We're going to talk a little bit about the Maryland math policy, which was released in March of 2025, and talk about how we are already on the right track here in Worcester County to meet all of the components of that policy, and the work that we still have to do. Part of the reason behind a math policy is we want all students to see themselves as doers and as mathematicians. A lot of students say that they're not a math person. A lot of adults say they're not a math person. And that is something we really need to change the trajectory of math education to fix, because all students can be math students. We want students to see math as more than just getting correct answers on worksheets in math class. That's not what math is about. It's about problem solving, thinking analytically, looking at data, and being a critical consumer. So we want all students to be math students, and that's from the state level and all the way down to what we're doing here in Worcester. As Dr. Record said, we are performing #1 in Maryland for mathematics. For us, that is a driver because we want to be #1, but we want to be at 100% is the goal. And until we are at 100%, our work is not done and will never be done, because we think all students are capable of high achievement in math. We are focused on growth every year for every student. Dr. Wallace's call to us to know every student by name, strength, and need is really a driver behind that work. When we know our students, know what they need academically, provide them with strong instruction, great resources, engagement, and high expectations, we're going to get to that 100%. So this is MSDE's reason of having a math policy, and it really comes down to improving outcomes for both teachers and students, and that is why we are all here doing this work. So the policy outlines a system of support for students and a system that will support our teachers in doing the critical work that they do. So there are 4 parts of the policy that we'll get an overview of. The first is around equitable mathematics opportunities and access to mathematics courses. All of this work we have already begun here in Worcester County. It's around acceleration and intervention for students on either end of the spectrum, providing high-quality Tier 1 instruction for every student, making sure that they have enough minutes in our math classes. Worcester County exceeds the number of minutes required by the policy as minimum, and just making sure that all students get what they need. So our next steps are around continuing to really target instruction for students. That is ongoing work, and focusing on that strong Tier 1, looking at opportunities for enrichment and acceleration. We have a math menu block for all students daily that allows us to differentiate instruction. It is already built into our schedules at all of our schools, so that structure is allowing us to meet student needs. And then we're going to review and streamline our process for accelerating students when they're showing the highest proficiency in math. This policy outlines some standards revisions. They start K-8 next year and then progress to the high school level. But the policy really started at the high school level because high school mathematics was not meeting the needs of students. Colleges and employers were noting that students were not necessarily as ready as they would need to be. So we're shifting from the traditional Algebra 1, Geometry, Algebra 2 sequence and working with University System of Maryland and the College Board, as well as a lot of other stakeholders. They are revising that to go to Integrated Algebra 1 and Integrated Algebra 2 as high school courses. That shift is not going to happen until 2027. In preparation for that, we are implementing revised standards for K-8 this year in math. It's about a 20% change at every grade level. So it's not an overhaul, but a lot of standards are clarified and some have been removed so that we can focus on some of the high priority standards. When we get to our full implementation, we are going to expand choices for students after they complete Integrated Algebra 2 in 28-29, and we are already, we've already begun this work with our high school courses, and we're going to make sure that all students have options after.
Yeah, before you go to the next slide.
Oh, sure.
I just want to
Yeah.
clarify something that you said earlier. You spoke to colleges and workforces saying our kids weren't ready in math. That was not a statement towards Worcester County Public Schools. That was the statewide statement. As you remember back from the beginning of Sarah's presentation, we are the highest performing in the state. We still have work to do. That was not a statement that was directed to us. That was the statewide statement. Our CCR scores are the highest that they've been. Potentially, I don't know where we're at, but we have to be this year the highest that we've probably ever been. And our AP scores are higher than they've ever been, and our dual enrollment in mathematics and pass rate is higher than it's ever been. So I just wanted to clarify that that was not a statement about Worcester County Public Schools. That was a statewide statement that was made. So you're doing a wonderful job, but I just wanted to clarify that for the audience.
Okay, thank you. The last step is we are working with our high school counselors, school counselors, and teachers to open up the course catalog so that more students can have access to courses that will help prepare them for college and career based on their career interest and their goals. The policy details some assessment and accountability measures. We really have these in place already. We are working on increased family and community involvement, bringing parents into our schools and bringing math to our parents. We already have a systemic approach to assessment in math where we don't wait for the state test. We make sure all along that we are looking at student thinking, student reasoning, student modeling to make sure that they are on track. So that is in the policy, but we are already working towards that here. A few of the ways that we are reaching out to families more and differently is we have broken down the math at each grade level to a front and back one page. These are the big things that your student will be working on. We've been sharing that with families. Some of the models are so different from when parents were in school that at times it seems like a foreign language, but we've tried to break that down so that more parents can engage with the way that we are teaching math, because the math hasn't changed, just our approaches to teaching have improved. We are also sharing with our parents fact fluency reports. We know that fact fluency is important to take some of the cognitive load off of student math reasoning. So knowing their facts very quickly is helpful. We give parents a report that shows them these are the facts your students know and these are the ones to work on with them at home. And we're also sending home some of our curriculum-based family activities as well. In the beginning, I mentioned that the policy is really designed around students and teachers. So the policy discusses ways to support teachers, all of which we have in place already in Worcester County. Those are really around professional learning, job-embedded coaching, and high-quality instructional materials. We have a fantastic system for supporting our teachers with math, and we're going to continue growing that system. So just like MSDE has a vision for this policy, we have a vision for math as well. And that is that all students will learn mathematics with conceptual understanding when afforded powerful learning experiences that encourage student engagement, student ownership, intentional formative assessment, and targeted differentiated instruction. We are well on the path to reaching our vision. We are proud of the work that we have done, but we have a lot to do to get to that 100%. If you want to learn more about math policy, this is the link to get there, as well as our comprehensive math plan, which details more about what we're doing here in Worcester.
Sarah, thank you. We appreciate the presentation. Board members, any questions for Ms. Blackburn? Dr. Andes?
Thank you very much for this comprehensive presentation. It seems to me that we're going to have to be doing a significant amount of staff development, professional development. Is the state of Maryland providing any additional funding to allow us to support our efforts to do professional development with our teachers?
That is a great question. They are supporting us by giving a lot of resources for professional development and turnkey, but that financial support is critical as we think about the amount of training our teachers are going to need with new standards and systems.
Okay, so
Yeah.
I'm just, my probe follow-up.
Yeah.
Are we getting any additional money from the state to do professional development on the new math, changes in math? That's my question.
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, so in essence,
Dr.
I
Wallace
support the
agrees.
move.
Mhm.
I support what's going on, but I want to clarify that the state is mandating something for which they're providing no additional funding, which will require significant professional development for all of our elementary school teachers, for our middle school math teachers, and for our high school math teachers. So consequently, that money has to come from somewhere. And the reality is it has to come from our operating budget, which has some challenges this year. My second comment is, I was in school when new math was created, and everyone was confused by new math. It was a new way of doing division and so forth and so on. I'm hoping, and I very much appreciate the handouts and support, but I'm hoping we help our parents understand the direction we're going in and why we're doing this. Because about 10 years ago, maybe longer, Cecil County Public Schools moved forward with a similar initiative, and since parents did not understand what the direction everyone was headed, there was some resistance in Cecil County Public Schools because there was some confusion. So what I heard, the presentation, an excellent presentation, thank you, is number one, the state's changing. Number two, they're going to change their assessments. Number three, in order to prepare our students for those assessments and life after high school, college or career, we have to change our math curriculum, our field of studies from kindergarten through 12th grade with no additional state funding. Is that a good summary? I see head nods, so I guess that was a good summary. Thank you.
And I did want to share that I'm going to every SIAC, every school's parent school improvement committee, and sharing some of the information with them as well as what we're doing. And I've already been with 5 or 6 schools. And we've had really good discussions around the math. So making sure that we are bringing in families in that way is something that is on our agenda and in progress.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Great. Any other questions from Ms. Blackburn? Thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you.
We appreciate it. We hope to see you again. Thanks. Okay. Next, I'd like to turn it over to Dr. App for a personnel exhibit.
Thank you, Mr. Ferrante. I have your April personnel exhibit for your consideration. New hires: Morgan Barone, teacher, Berlin Intermediate School; Lacey Buno, teacher at Snow Hill High School; Jonathan Carrier, teacher at Snow Hill Middle School; Philip Como, teacher at Worcester Technical High School; Amanda Dean, teacher at Pocomoke High School; Lauren Draheim, teacher, Shall Elementary School; Ronnie Fenwick Jr., head custodian, Pocomoke Elementary School; Grayson Flores, educational assistant, Stephen Decatur High School; Alan Greggs Jr., teacher, Snow Hill High School; Lisa Harding, teacher, Snow Hill High School; Jessica Halt, secretary, grade 4, Buckingham Elementary School; Heidi Hershey, teacher, Stephen Decatur Middle School; James Kurzenbaum, teacher, Worcester Technical High School; Madison Knight, teacher, Pocomoke Middle School; Jeffrey Markland, teacher, Pocomoke High School; Nicholas Michliak, systems technician, Stephen Decatur High School; Jamie Miller, teacher at Buckingham Elementary School; Raleigh Nelson, elementary literacy coach at Ocean City Elementary School; Dion Purnell, custodian 2 at Pocomoke Middle School; Michael Redden Jr., custodian at Worcester Technical High School; Christopher Snyder, teacher at Worcester Technical High School; Lena Stokes, teacher at Snow Hill Middle School; Elena Troxell, teacher, Snow Hill High School. They are your new hires. Separations from the system include Catherine Burdell, custodian, Stephen Decatur High School; Paul Clark, teacher, Shall Elementary School; Michelle Gallo, teacher, Stephen Decatur High School; Thelma Godinez, educational assistant, Shall Elementary School; Megan Hutchison, teacher, Pocomoke High School; Daniel Lamontagne J., Pocomoke High School; Daniel Lee, educational assistant, Stephen Decatur Middle School; Sarah Olson, nurse, central office; Kimberly Rowley, educational assistant, Worcester Technical High School; Diane Ciano DeCola, educational assistant, Shall Elementary School; Jason Schultz, teacher, Pocomoke Middle School, split with Snow Hill Middle School; Denise Shorts, chief academic officer, central office; Jessica Silball, teacher, Shall Elementary School; Marshall Smith, educational assistant, Snow Hill Middle School; Emma Trader, teacher, Pocomoke High School. Promotions: Allison Altazer, secretary, grade 4, Pocomoke Elementary School; Megan Cater, behavioral specialist, central office; Erica Grimm, teacher, Shall Elementary School; and Lauren McCormick, library media specialist at Pocomoke High School. The superintendent recommends approval of the personnel exhibit as provided.
Dr. App, I need a motion and a second to approve the personnel exhibit as presented.
So moved.
Motion by Ms. McComas. Second by Mr. Gordy. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. Appreciate it. Okay. And now I think we're getting to 9.2, which is the naming of the Worcester Technical High School greenhouse, which Mr. Bevilacqua and Sarah Ruggiero from the Technical High School will be presenting to us. Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Ferrante, Dr. Wallace, members of the board and executive leadership team. Thank you for having us today. I have two very talented staff here with me today. To my right is Tammy Hearn. Tammy's a behavior tech at our building. She's also a Skills USA advisor, and she's also the coordinator of our community garden. To her right is Sarah Ruggiero. Sarah's a graduate of Worcester Tech. She's come back to us. She's in her 11th year as the ag science teacher, and between the two of them, they put in a lot of time, sweat, and hard work to try to get our greenhouse back to where we can all be proud. We're here today seeking permission to name officially our greenhouse the Marlin Coastal Gardens following Board Policy 7-C-03. In that policy, any name has to prove that it's both enduring and educational. Our school mascot is the white marlin. That is our enduring philosophy, and our educational value is the fact that we are on the coast, and therefore that coastal garden does do justice. The new slogan for our greenhouse is New Roots and Better Growth. I'm going to turn this over to our presenters.
Good afternoon. In September, students began cleaning and preparing the greenhouse for our spring plant sale. Students began planting seeds, propagating plants, providing students with industry-aligned and hands-on learning experiences. Additionally, we were able to have the Restart program assist in the greenhouse, providing structured, work-based learning experiences. Approved weekend learning service hours also allowed students to support greenhouse and community garden operations during peak production periods, strengthening work ethic, time management, professionalism, consistent with real-world agriculture expectations. Students apply technical skills in scheduling and quality control, including responsibility, adaptability, teamwork, and problem-solving skills.
All right, afternoon, everybody. Sarah Ruggiero. All right, so fast forward to early spring. You can see Tammy and I working on getting the annual plants transplanted in the containers that they're going to be in for the actual plant sale that would be happening in a couple months. We had to problem solve with the winter weather and the greenhouse being in a little bit older condition, so the heat would be consistent. We also needed to make sure we were wise about spacing the plants for the amount and the variety of plants that we wanted to offer the community this year. So pictured here are some photos taken of the greenhouse on the morning of our first plant sale, which was April 11th. Some plants were strategically placed on the floor so that we could accommodate all of the seedlings that sprouted for us. Plant sales were over $2,000 on that opening day alone. This was double what opening sales were on day one last year. So overall, we have a very busy and thriving greenhouse this year. Pictured here is my son, Anthony Ruggiero Jr., who is a pre-K4 student at Buckingham Elementary School. So he tagged along one day on the weekend to help with watering and asked me to take his photo. So there is a lot of potential for the greenhouse school-based enterprise. So pictured here would be the new sign to be placed on the greenhouse pending approval for customers and the public to see its new potential name displayed. And shout out, we have a greenhouse sale again this Saturday from 8 to 12. This Saturday from 8 to 12, right over yonder way. All right, that's for you.
Thank you for your time, and we hope that we can have a positive vote for the Marlin Coastal Gardens. Any questions or comments?
Mr. Gordy.
Does the $2,000 go back into coastal gardens to improve it for future use and production?
Of course it does, and we're already in the process of getting ready for fall mums. So we have to start early for all of our plant sales. So in the fall, we're going to try for mums and pansies as well.
Yeah.
So that way you don't have to ask a lot of money.
No.
So the greenhouse account is the greenhouse account, and all of the sales from the greenhouse account go straight to it. And my goal is in the next couple of years for it to be completely self-sufficient. It's on the
great.
goal. Yeah.
Dr. Wallace, you had a statement?
Yes, I want to thank these two ladies. Also, your presentation was excellent, but I was hoping that you were going to bring the kids, meaning the goats.
I tried.
Or,
I tried.
you know
I
what,
asked.
Mr. B, you missed that opportunity. So we would have loved to have them there. I got to visit last week, but I want to commend Mr. Bevilacqua and these two, along with all of Worcester Technical High School. When he got hired as a principal here back in Worcester County Public Schools, one of my challenges to him as the chief academic officer for high schools at the time, and now as superintendent, I continue this challenge, is for all of our programs to be school-based enterprises. And he's done an excellent job of taking my vision for that and making it a shared vision. And these two ladies you really have captured everything that honestly touches my heart when it comes to these types of things. The inclusion, giving kids jobs, and including our Restart Kids in it, all the hours that you spend outside of school. So I want to thank you for that. I want to thank you for continuing the vision. I know that we have big plans for Worcester Tech. It's an amazing school, but we have continued big plans. So the board, you can expect to see more and more school-based enterprises just like this. That are completely self-sufficient. So historically, they're using part of their MOI funds to fund these types of things, but I fully believe with these two at the helm that we're going to get there. And my mom will definitely be there on Saturday because she's very much hoping there's no more frost. So we're excited to see what you have on Saturday.
Go ahead. Yeah, Mr. Buchanan?
In regard to the goats,
You mean the girls?
comment in regard to the goat. You hear me? Okay. Comments in regard to the goats third time. I guess I should, let's put it this way. I had 2 grandkids come home and they want Pop-Pop to buy some goats for them. So thank you very much for this. We already have a couple of dogs and cats, but I guess we'll have to include a couple of goats. But I commend your program. I think it's.
Thank you. The girls have integrated very well within the classrooms. We can use them in ag. We can use them in biomed. Chef is not allowed to have hurry. So within all the trades classrooms, the girls are up and down the halls. They're taking them out. They have responsibilities. They're helping. And I can put a sleeping goat in one of their arms while they're still working, and dynamics change. So it's really helping all the way around. So
Tell them their names if they don't already know.
Oh, okay. So the larger one with the white on her tail, that's Marley Marlin, after our Marlin. They're twin girls. And then the tiny one is Honey Bees, after our beehives. So lots of little videos with the girls prancing around. So thank you.
Very good.
Marley and Honey.
We do have hanging baskets for you guys out in the hall. Our students were here earlier. They couldn't stay, so just pick a basket on your way out.
Nope, for every one of you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks for being here today. We appreciate the presentation.
They have to vote.
I'm sorry, go ahead, Mr. Record.
Superintendent recommends the motion as
Presented. Yes, I have it. Okay. So I need a motion to approve the naming of Worcester Technical High School Greenhouse as presented. I need a motion and a second.
So moved.
Motion by Dr. Andes
Second.
and a second by Mr. Buchanan. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? There you go. Thank you so much. Yeah. I'll okay. Before I move forward, the board asked for Mr. Tolbert to give us an intro about the budget, but I'll let Dr. Wallace address that.
Sure, Mr. Tolbert, as you all have seen before, our community has seen, the board has seen our budget. In some conversations with Mr. Ferrante, he gave me some wise, sage advice that we really sort of uncomplicate the budget in a way for the public, so that you know very clearly what we're asking for. And so Mr. Tolbert has put together a presentation that is much more simplified than your giant budget book, but easy for parents and community members, talking points as we move forward, specifically around exactly what our asks are in a very simplified way. So I'll turn it over to Mr. Tolbert.
Sure, thank you, Dr. Wallace. And Carrie's going to help with my presentation. As Ms. Bronte said and Dr. Wallace said, the board adopted our budget on February 17th. Since then, there's been a couple of changes to our budget. Is this on? Okay. Okay, so I wanted to go over those changes that have happened since the board adopted our budget on February 17th, and also just to go over some other general budget information and take any questions that the board might have. So since our budget was adopted on February 17th, the original proposed budget was $157,061,424. And since then, our original budget request included $200,000 request for our summer and after-school programs. We had applied for a Donnie Williams grant, and I think we talked about that in February, that if we did get the grant, we would reduce our request to the county. We did get the grant award from Donnie Williams for $150,000 this year. Last year it was $200,000, so we got a little bit less. So we are reducing our overall ask to the county by $150,000 to reflect the Donnie Williams grant for the after-school, summer school programs. Also, since February, the teacher pension paid by county. Last year, the state started passing back a direct cost of local share teacher pension to our county government. Last year, that was like $672,000. The state actually increased that by an additional $321,000 this year, and that's invoiced directly to the county, but it does show up in our budget below the line, even though it's invoiced to the county. The other thing that changed since February 17th was our health insurance. We originally budgeted for a 16.8% increase. We were notified about a week and a half ago that negotiations had been completed with Care First, and it went from a 16.8% to a 16.6%. So that's a $32,564 reduction. So now the requested revised budget is $157,200,332. Any questions on the changes? The next slide I wanted to share is, as the board knows, we start our budget process in October, November. It's a long process that we go through. And part of the budget process is the superintendent and her executive team sits down and meets with each building principal. And during those meetings, the principals present their requests for what their school needs for the following budget year. And during those meetings, there were things that were identified that listed here, like kindergarten EAs, social workers, music teachers, PE health teacher, special education teachers. There was blacktop painting, auto lift, tile floors, all kinds of things that were asked for. And my point is, we did not include these in our budget requests to the county. Our board does go through our budget. We do look for possible ways to reduce it. Even though there were needs for these things, we did not include those in our budget for FY27 because we really wanted to focus on the salaries and the benefits and the new programs that the board identified. So the board does go through that process. We do make reductions. We don't just ask for everything that's asked for. The other thing that's on this list is teacher support staff negotiations and meet and confer sessions with our bus contractors. As the board knows, we negotiate each year with both our teachers and our support staff. Negotiations are confidential. I can't talk about what the original ask was, but I can tell you that the team worked hard to bring those numbers that we asked for salaries down to what the board parameters were that you gave us back in December. So we did work hard to reduce the ask that was in our budget, and the same thing with our meet and confer sessions with our bus contractors. Next slide. This slide kind of summarizes, as Dr. Wallace said, what our asks are in the different areas and on one sheet of paper. Compensation and benefit package for teachers and support staff, that's $9,962,415 of our ask. That's for high quality employees, for blueprint and negotiated salaries. It's for the health insurance increase, which is about $2.7 million of that ask. It's for tuition and certification expenses for our teachers, and it's for other post-employment benefits. So $9.9 million of the $13 million ask is for our compensation and benefit package. There's another $254,890 for technology for the MacBook lease renewal and iMac replacements. Some of the iMacs for our offices are aging out, can no longer be updated. We have to replace those computers next year. For transportation, we're asking for a rate increase for our bus contractors of $268,000. Under safety, we're asking for bus assistance on all our elementary school buses. That's a request that Dr. Wallace heard from meeting with the bus contractor leadership. They felt it was a safety concern and they needed those bus aids on all those elementary school buses. So we included a request for that for $284,944. The additional RISE program for elementary school level, $602,239. As the board knows, we started a RISE program for high and middle a few years ago. It's been very successful. It meets the needs of those students with behavior and high social emotional needs. And we think in the long run that'll save us money, because sometimes those kids have to be placed in out-of-county placement situations, which can be several $100,000 per student. So we think by adding this program and keeping those kids in our school system will ultimately save us money. Under capital projects, we're asking for a $220,000 increase for a total of $400,000 for the Berlin Immediate School Project to continue moving forward. We're asking for the robust summer and after-school programs of $50,000. That was $200,000, but it was reduced for the Donnie Williams grant by $150,000. We're asking for the pre-K3 positions down in Pocomoke. As we talked about, Pocomoke does not have safe and secure places for child care, and maintaining these positions is vital to the Pocomoke community. We're asking for an increase in substitute pay of $175,000 to keep us comparable to surrounding counties. Dual enrollment is going up $305,538, and there's realignments of budget based on trend analysis of about $910,000. That's just due to inflation, mostly under maintenance operations. About $500,000 of that is just in those two categories alone.
Mr. Stillwater, if I can stop you there for
Sure.
a second, just to educate and make sure the public understands. First of all, dual enrollment is a requirement from the state that the school locally pays for that dual enrollment, correct?
Sure, it's part of the blueprint legislation. We have to pay for those dual enrollment costs for those CCR qualified students. And as the number of those students continue to increase, more of those students are taking advantage of that program, and 100% of those that tuition is paid by the school system.
And of that $175,000 that you mentioned that we're increasing our substitute pay, what is our current substitute hourly pay?
$15 an hour, minimum wage.
Okay, thank you.
You're very welcome. So you can see the total proposed increases of $13.3 million, and the bulk of it, or almost 75%, is employee-related salaries and health insurance and benefits. Moving on to another item, I've heard some stuff in the community lately about how all the money that the board has given goes to administrative pay. So I wanted to explain how administrative pay is determined. And administrators are compensated based on the approved teacher salary scale. The same scale that's used to compensate our teachers is a scale that's used for administrators. Now that pay is adjusted. First of all, they're placed on the appropriate teacher salary scale, and then it's adjusted for their 12 months. The 10 months teacher salary scale was 10 months. Our administrators work 12 months. So we take that salary on that scale times 1.2% to equalize it to a 12-month position. That's the first thing that happens. The second thing that happens is the responsibility factor is applied to account for the additional duties and hours required by our administrators. As you know, administrators attend many evening events, after-school programs, awards, drama, concerts, athletic events, professional development. All those things happen beyond the school day. Teachers are paid for attending those types of things. Administrators don't receive any additional pay. So a responsibility factor is added to their pay to recognize that additional responsibility.
I'm just going to add to that. I specifically asked him this because I had heard this several times in the community, and to be very honest with you, saw it on the place that knows everything, Facebook, that the reason why our teachers aren't getting paid is because we're paying our administrators, and any money that would be given to us would be, if they gave it to us, would go to administrators anyway, and that's why our teachers aren't as compensated as much as we would like for them. This never happens with my mic. I don't know what's going on. So I wanted him to add this slide because I felt like it was very important for the public to understand our administrators are paid straight off of that teacher scale. It gets adjusted to 1.2 because times 1.2 because they work 12 months instead of 10 for mathematicians in the room, because I know there's several of us in here today. Sarah's still here, Miss Bloxam's here, I'm here. There could be other math people, I don't know. But that is adjustment, and then there's the adjustment because either if you're a coach, you get paid a stipend, right? If you're a teacher who comes to professional development, you get paid for that. And if you are any sort of like a after-school band, choir, you get a stipend for that. So instead of giving them stipends for everything single sort of event that they have to cover, we give them this specific. So saying that money is going to go to administration is just, it mathematically just, quote, doesn't add up. So just wanted to really clarify that with this slide.
So in addition, I want to make a comment about that. First of all, we are currently the lowest starting salary in the state for starting teacher salary.
You are correct.
Secondly, we are in the lower third tier in administrative salary in the state. Okay, I'm not going to hold you to a number, Mr. Troll, but I think that's pretty accurate.
It's probably in top third, or lower half of the state.
Lower third,
yes.
lower half.
Yes.
Yes. And it also, when we take average teacher salary, we are not in the top. We're below the middle, and I think
Probably 14th or 15th, I think, last time I looked, and Dr. App certainly looks at it more than I do.
We're not quite the lowest.
Yeah, I never said that.
14th or
So let's just
15th.
say that I never said said that. Yeah, I'm saying starting teacher salary we are, or next to it, where we might be next to the lowest.
24, I believe we're 22.
Still low.
Yeah, just saying.
Very low, very low. And Mr. Tolbert, I don't want to jump ahead slide because I can't remember. Are you going to discuss in these slides, because I just can't remember if we just talked about it out loud, the reason why there's that discrepancy between how much we spend per pupil and why our teacher salary is not as high?
I mean, that's not in the presentation, but I
Okay.
can certainly talk about it.
Perfect.
I mean, we do, if you look in the area of spending, our instructional salaries is at the top of the state, even though our starting teacher salary is one of the lowest. And the reason is because we put a large value on small class sizes. We have high staff levels to meet the needs of students. And that's because that drives up the instructional cost, even though we don't have the highest salary. We put our money in people to work with our students, small class sizes, additional resources. Does that answer your question?
Yes,
Mr. Ross?
so I'll clarify that and make it really clear. He did a nice job giving all the details of it, but for the public to understand, the reason why our cost per pupil is high, but our teacher salary isn't at that same rate, and we're not the highest cost per pupil in the state. The last time I checked, we were maybe third.
Yes, I was talking about instructional salaries.
Yeah, I know you were.
You're right.
I'll just pretend, let's just use cost per pupil just because it's easy for people to understand too. The reason why our cost per pupil is maybe third in the state, our teacher salary is not there, is simply this. We believe in small class sizes. So what does that mean? That means you have this group of money, another math example today. Thank you, Sarah, for doing math policy today. We have this pot of money that might be larger than other people's pots of money, right? But instead of having 10 teachers, we have 15 because we believe, and I'm making that's not the right number, but I'm just giving you an easy math to understand in your head. So when people in the public say things like, oh, well, you spend so much on cost per pupil, it goes to administrators. That's not an accurate representation, and the reason why that cost per pupil gets driven up so high, one of the main reasons, if we just talk about instructional salaries, is because we have more teachers per kid, and that is a formula that works. And I've said this all the way to the top because, as many of you who know me, I don't mind being bold with things. But I think looking at the way we spend our money, in Worcester County Public Schools as far as how we allocate that to our teachers and everything, our teacher pay needs to be better. But the rest of it, we're right on target because we're the highest performing in the state. So we are on target with those small class sizes paying off. Now we just have to infuse that budget with this money to get us to the $60,000 and where our teachers deserve to be paid.
So, Mr. Tolbert, one more question for you. One of our commissioners has said all along that maintenance of effort and state and local share would be enough money, and why should we need more money than that to get to what we need for the school system? So if you can break down just very quickly the cost of maintenance of effort, considering the other costs that are associated with the school system that do not cover the costs that the state and local share and maintenance of effort are.
Well, I think I was going to talk a little bit about maintenance of effort on my last slide,
Sorry.
and no, it's no problem. You know, because I have heard from some in the community that maintenance of effort should be enough to keep the system where it needs to be. And that is not true. If you go back to 1984, when maintenance of effort law was put into place, it was put into place to guarantee that state aid was a supplement, not a replacement of local aid. So they said, if the state gives you more money, you can't cut local aid. That's why it was put into place. It was not put into place to say, hey, that's all you need. That's going to cover your operating costs from now to whenever. That's not going to happen. That's why it was put in place originally. And this example shows our budget, the way it was proposed, the numbers I just went through with the board, what we're asking for, totals $123,364,820 in local operating appropriations. Under MOE next year, we will receive $111,115,162. That creates $12.24 million shortfall. So to fund those things I just went through, the salaries, the health insurance, the RISE program, we'd be $12.2 million short. That's what maintenance of effort is. That's what it will result in. It does not cover operating costs, doesn't cover inflation, it doesn't cover salary increases or health insurance increases or new programs for students. None of that is in the maintenance of effort. None of it. Does that answer your question, Mr. Ferrante?
It does. I want to make sure the public understands that maintenance of effort is not enough funding. We wouldn't be able to give our increases in salaries. We wouldn't be able to pay the health insurance. There would be a lot of costs, as you just stated, that are not covered under maintenance of effort.
Yes. Maintenance of effort next year would result in $869,000 less in local funding than we received this year. So $870,000 less. Health insurance is going up $2.7 million. OPEB is going up $300,000. You got a $4 million problem just in covering health insurance and OPEB. So $4 million in cuts just to do those things with maintenance of effort funding with no salary increase, no new programs, no new services. That's what MOE would result in next year. Any other questions?
Board members, I know you probably have some questions for Mr. Tolbert. Dr. Andes?
Thank you, Mr. Ferrante. I just want to clarify so everyone understands how MOE is calculated. And Mr. Tolbert has done it so many times, and Dr. Wallace has done it. I'm going to try to do it. Basically, what happens is the county government has to give the same dollar amount they gave the previous year to the school system. If your enrollment goes up, they're required to give you more money. That's called maintenance of effort. If your enrollment goes down, the county can give you less money under maintenance of effort. So it's all a swing based on your enrollment. So as an example, I'm making this up. This is a fictitious example. I'm making up these mathematical numbers. If the county is giving us $15,000 per pupil, if next year our enrollment was down one person, they could give us $15,000 less and meet MOE. If our enrollment went up by 2 students, given my $15,000, they could give us $30,000 additional money and meet maintenance of effort. So I just wanted to make sure that everyone understood what maintenance of effort means. Mr. Tolbert, again, has explained it numerous times. Dr. Wallace has explained it, and other folks have explained it, but I thought it was important to one more time have people understand. I think we need to change the name of maintenance of effort, but that's in state law, so it's not going to change. So again, the county requirement is only to give the same dollar amount per student they gave the prior year. If your enrollment goes up by that number of students, that's the requirement for additional funding. If your enrollment goes down, the county can give you less money and still meet maintenance of effort. As Mr. Tolbert just pointed out, you can see the difference between what's expected, what we need, and the maintenance of effort. And that's $12 million. And frankly, I don't know where we're going to find $12 million. I have no idea where we'll find $12 million. And I also want to address, if I may, administrator pay. And Mr. Tolbert went through administrator pay. So I did some math using old math. And I calculated that if you are a elementary school principal with 50 to 69 teachers, and you have a master's degree plus 30 on the pay scale. So you're an experienced person, and your teacher pay, again, would be about $76,000. That would be your teacher pay. Then your responsibility factor is 1.22 on the pay scale. That's your responsibility factor for being, in this case, this example, an elementary school principal with 50 to 69 teachers. That leads to a pay of $92,000. Then you work during the summer months, that's the 1.2. That's the additional summer pay. So that equates to $110,671, so total. Now, if we take that same individual and they say, well, I'll just stay as a teacher. Again, master's degree plus 30, so forth and so on, they're making $75,000, and they happen to get national board certification. That's $10,000 additional dollars. So now you're at $85,595. If you divide that by 188, because that's the work year for teachers, that individual is earning $455.29 a day. $455. Just remember $455. Now let's go back to the principal at the elementary school who has responsibility for those 50, 60 kids, 50, 60 teachers, staff, the building, the kids, the parents, the community, weekends, nights, emails, so forth and so on. Their daily rate of pay based on 242-day work year. I took out, how'd you get 242? Take out Saturdays and Sundays and you get 242. Although we know many of our principals do work Saturdays and Sundays. The daily rate of pay is $479.10. The difference between being an elementary school principal with 50 to 69 teachers and a teacher is exactly $23.70. So that principal is earning $23.70 more than what they would earn as a teacher. So one of the unintended consequences of the blueprint was the additional national board certification of $10,000. So if anyone says, well, our administrators make too much and so forth and so on, the reality is they could stay a teacher and supplement their income during summer programs, and the folks in Ocean City are hiring all the time for summer programs or wherever it happens to be, or teach summer school, and they would end up making more money on a daily basis than the principal that they work for. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Andes. And I guess, teachers will have to consider whether they want to be principals in the future. Any other board members have any questions? Mr. Tolbert, thank you for breaking that down for us. Thank you for that presentation. We do appreciate it.
Yeah, you're welcome, sir. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Now moving forward, it's time for, we have a, Mr. Tolbert, I'm going to stay with you because we have a budget that you need approval for, right?
If you want to approve the revised budget that's in your packet, that would be great.
We might have been included in the consent agenda. I think it might have been. So I would ask the board, based on Mr. Tolbert's presentation, to approve the revised budget as presented. I need a motion and a second.
So moved.
Motion by Dr. Andes. A second by Ms. McComas. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, thank you very much. And now it's time for board members' comments. I'd like to open up the floor to my fellow board members in the event that you have any comments today. Mr. Gordy, make sure you speak into the mic, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would just like to reiterate what Dr. Wallace said in her presentation today. She has already developed an exhaustive and comprehensive plan to correct deficiencies that may exist in our financial affairs. I remind you that one person, one incident does not define Worcester County Schools. We are number one in the state regardless. We are still number one in the state. That's what defines us, I believe. And the hard work that these people do to get us there is what we should be focusing on, not what one person did that should not have been done, admittedly. I would also just like to add that we are all taxpayers, too. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gordy. Any other board members? Ms. Cutler?
I second the trend of the day that it doesn't follow the one person. I totally agree that I think we have top-notch schools. My kids are in them. I always used to say that on that side. I would pull them if I didn't think otherwise. And I want to be clear, anything that I'm about to say is not personal. I think that's been part of the problem with this whole thing is it was very personal for everybody sitting up here, so it kind of made it a little harder for some people to accept. But over the last few years, we've all watched very serious concerns playing out publicly regarding school safety, the budget, leadership, overall trust in our system, between the last administration and also the current administration. Some were thankful of these concerns being raised and felt validated, while others were frustrated and didn't want to believe it was even possible. This has caused a serious divide in our school system. And it's created a very negative climate, and it's continuing, in my opinion, even though this is coming to the end of this, it's created a negative climate. And I know some people still have concerns, but hopefully this is where we, as a board, can step up our game, be more vocal, ask harder questions, take a trust but verify approach to anything that we touch up here that's within what we're supposed to do. We have to take that personal part out of it, and I really think it's time for the board to tighten that up. I do think we should also begin to reconsider how we acknowledge, review tips, complaints, concerns, even the anonymous ones, and where they came from, whether we like the person or not, because they're not always wrong and they cannot be overlooked in the future. I believe it's also our duty to implement an internal review process of all superintendents moving forward at a board-only level. We are asked to review the superintendent, and I'm still new here, but even if I wasn't, I would only be interacting with that person in this room once a month for a few hours, and I don't see how we can accurately review that person when we don't have input from the principals. And I know I've said this before. Personally, I would ask as the board that we come up with some kind of anonymous system for the 13 principals to come take a survey, and that the results come back to the board so that there's full transparency and honesty, because if nobody wants to say, I don't believe that there's people that don't disagree or retaliation or any of that, or I take offense to what you're saying, this is the answer. It's going to go one way or the other, and I don't see why we wouldn't say yes to this. I truly don't, if we want the true answers. Sorry, I went off my paper. I do applaud Dr. Wallace for earlier recommending the internal review. I do. I think that's a great, I hope that goes far with the public, that she's already said this is what we're going to do, and she's opening up like the doors fully. So I think that's a great step. Hopefully that will go far. But I didn't hear, and I was really hoping I wouldn't have to say the sentence, an apology to anybody today. I know it wasn't anybody in this room that did it directly, but as a board and as a school system, I really would have hoped that I heard an apology from somebody to the public, like, we are sorry that this happened. We are sorry that we allowed this. I get we're going to do better and move forward, but I think an apology should have been stated to the people that made the initial concerns, to the teachers and the staff that are feeling the stress. I want to thank the individuals that started this, because this is where we are now, and now we have a job. We have an opportunity to grow stronger through this. It's really unfortunate, but we have a chance to do better. And I think that if we focus on the greater good of our school system, that we can rebuild this trust together, especially it's budget season. We need confidence from our teachers, from our staff, our community, our commissioners. This is critical that we rebuild this. And I think it needs to go outside of just saying we're doing an audit, if you want my personal opinion. Lastly, And most importantly, really, I would like to thank our administrators, teachers, support staff, secretaries, nurses, custodians, bus drivers, SRDs, because these people are with our kids every day. And my kids aren't coming home and talking about all this stuff that happens in this room. They're taking the brunt of it, and they're allowing the kids to be kids and getting the education that they deserve. So I would like to thank the teachers for that as a parent and as a board member. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Smack.
To the members of this community. Today has been a day of mistrust, and honestly, a day of sorrow. I do apologize as a board's member for what happened. I hope it never happens again. But I have faith in our superintendent, our president, and all our board. That we continue to just work together and receive all of this. Come forward with it and don't take. We're doing a very, very good job. We're not perfect. There's no person is perfect. Mistakes gonna be made. But moving forward, the community, the teachers, and everyone in Worcester County to continue to trust in this board. So for events, for Dr. Andes and board members, and I wish everybody have all the mothers have a blessed and happy Mother's Day.
Thank you, Mr. Smack. Mr. Buchanan.
I'll probably be the first one to admit that sometimes when I make comments, I make them in a light tone, but today it has to be a little more serious. There's a couple words that come to mind, the situation that we're arising with misuse of funds, and it's like disappointed and betrayal, kind of a thing. But I want this to be very clear that these allegations rep a very, very, very serious breach of trust that we had. And it strikes at the very core of what this school system stands for. And that's the part that really, really probably hurts the ones of us who are sitting at this table and the community out there and the teachers and everybody else for the system. I am deeply troubled by these charges involving a senior leader with significant, they had significant responsibility. And they had a public confidence. They had two things. And when someone is accused of misusing funds that were intended to support students of poverty, it raises very serious concerns and things that we cannot ignore, and we are not going to ignore them. At the same time, we respect the legal process, and those proceedings must run their course. People that have a tendency to be armchair lawyers, are sometimes one of the worst things that can happen in regard to public comment or social media. People that do not know all the facts, but they have a tendency that they want to hear their own voice in a way. We are entrusted by the community to provide oversight. We all know that as board members, as elected state officials. And we're elected to ask hard questions and to ensure that the proper safeguards are in place. we will take a careful look at these processes, and we will strengthen them. Because we're all educators in a sense, and that's what educators do. They can look at problems and they can solve those problems. And a lot of us did it in the classroom, and we're still in the classroom solving those problems. And we will ensure that accountability is not just expected, but it's enforced. And Dr. Wallace will do that as our superintendent, as she stated in her opening comments. Most importantly, we will not lose sight of why these funds exist. To serve students, particularly those who rely on us the most. And that funding was taken from them, and those opportunities were taken from them because of this individual doing this. That commitment to deal with funding problems in regard to students that we need to service, we'll always, have that in the center of our on the top of our head in education. That's what we do. That commitment always will remain unchanged. Now, the motion that we passed earlier to retain further sources of examination, that's the first step. And to the public out there, let us take that first step, because we will make the changes and we will see what is needed to bring trust back. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other board members wishing to speak? Dr. Andes?
Thank you, Mr. Fronte. Since I first learned of this situation sometime in late December, I've gone through an emotional roller coaster. One of bewilderment, one of frustration, one of anger, one of questioning myself and my responsibilities, back to anger, some denial, back to frustration, through anxiety, and probably every emotional gauntlet I could go through at that time. I cannot express in words how sorry I am that this happened. The particular individual who is accused and alleged to have done this, I've known this person since 1996. And when I became superintendent, and I appointed this person to be an assistant principal, then I appointed this person to be a principal. And I cannot find the words in the English language to describe how disappointed I am, how personally hurt I am that I trusted this individual, and this individual has disappointed me personally and also the entire school system. To the extent that I'm responsible, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. And it was pointed out by other speakers, what really, really hurts is that the federal dollars that were allegedly misused were targeted for Pocomoke Elementary, Snow Hill Elementary, and Buckingham Elementary, where the individual who's alleged to have done this was a principal. And I can't make sense of any of it. It makes no sense to me. And the longer I ponder it, the angrier I become. So we need to move forward, and I believe the recommendation the superintendent made will help us move forward. I'm looking forward to having this outside organization with no direction from us turn over every stone, or whatever metaphor analogy you want to use, to find out what we have to do to fix this. And I'm looking forward to them sharing, that organization sharing with us what we need to do to move forward, because we need to move forward. We will address this issue. At the same time, we need to make sure that the adults take care of this adult issue, and we still focus on the kids and learning, because that's what matters the most. So I'm encouraging all of our staff members at our local school level to continue to do the excellence that they do day in and day out, every single day, to make a difference for our students. And I'm wishing everyone, as Mr. Smack said, Mother's Day is coming up in May. And I'm hoping that everyone can reach out, whoever that significant woman is your life is, and wish them a happy Mother's Day. And I hope that as a school system, we can move forward from this point, knowing that we did make mistakes, knowing that mistakes were made, and individuals responsible for which we provided trust in them. And I am deeply sorry that it happened, because I have spent 16 years as superintendent of schools. That cost me all the hair on my head. I've spent 5 years on the Board of Education trying to help this school system move forward, and I will continue to do everything I possibly can to make sure that we have an excellent school system each and every day. I encourage everyone, if you're available tonight, to go to Stephen Decatur High School for the Worcester County Arts Festival and see and listen to our phenomenal students and our phenomenal directors and other individuals who help these young people get up on that stage or in the hall or wherever it happens to be and perform. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Andes. Any other board members? Mr. Gordy again?
Hope our current superintendent doesn't have the same problem with her hair.
That's fine. Well, I know it's been a long meeting for all of us. I too, when you place, it's inherent in our nature to want to trust people. We all do. And it's very hurtful when someone that we give trust to violates that trust. Hurtful to all of us. And I don't think anyone here could ever imagine that this type of thing would take place. But when it does happen, you set a course to make sure that it doesn't happen again. And that's what we've done today. We've set a course out and made sure that this doesn't happen again. And that's what we're going to do. And that's what we should do. And I think every board member up here, I don't think they did anything out of malice at all. I think they put their trust in someone, which is what you have to do when people come work for you, okay? When they're employees. And so we'll learn from this and we will move forward and we'll be better as a community and as a school system. And I look forward to getting through this audit and making sure that we put the proper protocols and safeguards in place to make sure that it doesn't happen again. Okay, and Mrs. McComas, do you have a comment or do you want to say anything?
I'm sorry. I just want to point out, as I listen to you all, thank you, there have been protocols put in place so far to begin with.
Yes,
and I think that's important to point out. I think Vince and his finance department jumped right on it, and I appreciate that a lot. So we're, again, I think you're absolutely correct. Trust is, and especially when it's been 36 years she's been here. It was heartbreaking. So I'm thankful, honestly, we got it. I'm thankful we are working to put protocols in place and that we are going to do an extensive audit. Thank you.
Yes. Okay, and now I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Wallace. She has some announcements for us of upcoming events.
Yes, my announcements are very brief. I only have 3 upcoming events. One, either Dr. Andes or Mr. Buchanan already mentioned, I can't remember which, is the Fine Arts Festival this evening at Stephen Decatur High School. That is at 5 p.m. I will be there. It's a lovely celebration of the arts. And so if you're bored or you have no plans, please come out. We would love to have you, and our kids would love for you to come celebrate them. May 5th is our county commissioner's public budget, is the county commissioner's public budget hearing at 6 p.m. That will be held at the county office where the commissioners regularly meet. And then May 19th is our I'm sorry. Oh, I thought somebody said something. I thought I made a mistake, so I was like, oh, pause. Then May 19th is our next regularly scheduled board meeting. Back to you, Mr. Ferrante.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Wallace. As I mentioned at the start of the board meeting today, our open session, the board did not complete its closed session. So we will not yet adjourn, but we will ask the members of the public to, in attendance, to go ahead and I know you've been here a long time and you're anxious to leave. So thank you for staying and being with us in this meeting today. But if you'll excuse themselves, and then we'll reconvene board into our closed session. Thank you so much.